Yes. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of this 8th Tarragona Environmental Law Colloquium. I'm Aloia López. I'm going to be the chair of this third panel that we have for this morning. We hope that the first day of the TIEC has been of your interest. We also hope that you have enjoyed a good night, a good dinner, and also that you have enjoyed the social program. The panel that we have for today, we are going to discuss how to achieve a species and ecologically just society. Before starting with the presentations, let me remind you how this panel is going to be. The keynote speaker has 40 minutes for his presentation, while the 4 panelists that we have for today have between 10 and 12 minutes. At the end of the panel, we will have 20 minutes for questions, answers, and for discussions. Having said that, I'm glad to introduce our keynote speaker for today. Avi Brisman is a professor in the School of Justice Studies at the Eastern Kentucky University, an adjunct professor in the School of Justice at Queensland University of Technology, an honorary professor at Newcastle Law School at the University of Newcastle, and a university fellow at the Center of Law and Social Justice at the University of Newcastle. Avi Brisman is actively involved in various editorial roles within the field of criminology. He is Associate Editor of Crime Media Culture, Book Review Editor of the International Journal of Crime, Justice and Social Democracy, and immediate past Editor-in-Chief of Critical Criminology, an international journal. His extensive publication record includes several notable books. Some of his books includes, among others, Field Notes on a Study of Young People's Perception of Crime and Justice, Scaffolding as a Structure. These publications cover a wide range of topics related to criminology, environmental crime, and social justice. It is noteworthy that in 2015, Avi Brisman received the Critical Criminologist of the Year from the American Society of Criminology Division on Criminal Criminology. Avi, thank you very much for being here in Tarragona with us. The floor is yours. I will put your presentation here.
You need to close the transcription.
Okay.
If it gets too warm in here, please feel free to open the windows. I'll try to talk over the sound of the street, but I know it can get a little stuffy. I know I can be a little stuffy sometimes. She wanted us to switch seats, so. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the lovely introduction, and thank you all for having me here to speak to you today, or to speak with you today. I'd prefer to think of it as that. So the paper that I'm giving is a chapter from a forthcoming book that I'm writing with my friend and colleague and mentor and frequent collaborator, Nigel South. It's called Monstrous: Nature and the End of the World, Apocalyptic Depictions, Eco-Horror, and Green Cultural Criminology. Today, what I'm going to talk about is the monstrous nature and the eco-horror part of the book. So as someone interested in language and in definitions, and maybe I conveyed that yesterday when we were having some of our Q&A, I thought I'd begin with some etymology. So the term monster descends from the Latin word monstrum, which means divine portent, by way of the French word to warn. We learn from Augustine of Hippo from all the way back from 1063, that the word monster clearly comes from to demonstrate, monstrare, because monsters are signs by which something is demonstrated. And I think that's really the key definition that I would want you to take away from that. Sign comes from to show, portent from to pretend, not to pretend. That is to show in advance, and prodigy from to speak of what is far away. But again, the key part here is that monsters are signs by which something is demonstrated. Indeed, the fantastic expresses our fears and anxieties and desires, and sometimes even our hopes. So Frankenstein, the Frankenstein monster embodies terrors of reproduction, foreshadows proletarian and anti-colonial revolution. King Kong, rampaging through Manhattan, enacts white fears of Black masculinity and colonial comeuppance. Body-snatching aliens are avatars of consumerist conformism. Godzilla, wherever Godzilla went. Godzilla's the bomb. So with that, let's begin. So according to Plumwood, in Western thinking, in contrast to, say, the perspective of Aboriginals in Australia, the human is set apart from nature as radically other. Indeed, one of the lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic is that the virus which causes the disease was actually triggered by our own polarization with the natural world. As Dr. Johan Rockström, chief scientist of the American nonprofit environmental organization Conservation International, explains, when you simultaneously hunt for wildlife and push development into natural ecosystems, destroying natural habitats, the natural balance of species collapse due to loss of top predators and other iconic species leads to an abundance of more generalized species adapted to live in human-dominated habitats. These are rats, bats, and some primates, which together host 75% of all known viruses to date, and who can survive and multiply in destroyed human-dominated habitats. The science underpinning these conclusions regarding hosts and vectors of viruses is sound. It also reminds us of the less scientific but widely believed historical diagnoses of the causes of plagues, which have left culturally significant legacies. So, for example, Gloin suggests that spiders provoke a reaction of phobia and disgust among many people because it's an expression of disease avoidance. And so I know that there may be some people in the room who are scared of spiders. But what happened was during the Middle Ages, spiders were perceived as being harbingers of the Great Plagues that swept across Europe from the 10th century onwards. Perhaps partly because spiders may bite and produce an irritated skin reaction, and also because they tend to be found in areas and properties occupied by the black rat, which actually carry the fleas and were the real carriers of the plague. So as Davy notes, from the beginnings through to children's stories, as well as horror and science fiction media, modern arachnophobia has grown. And so this was my arachnophobia slide for you. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to leave that up for just a little bit longer. Societies have had a long history of mixing science and superstition in attempts to understand the bountiful and baleful offerings of nature. I'm concerned here with Western cultural expressions of our anxiety, our ambivalence, and fear regarding nature and so-called wildlife, which I argue has led to the abjection of Earth. And that's one of the other chapters in the book that I'm running with Professor South. So at the outset, I suggested that nature has often been depicted as something other or radically other, although in fact, humanity has had a rather mixed relationship with nature, the environment, and other species. There has, however, been little criminological exploration of the ambivalence and the duality of the fear of nature. This can be explained, I think, in a couple ways. First, in terms of the condition or state that's now referred to as ecophobia, which Eastock defines as the contempt for the natural world. It's sort of this groundless hatred of the natural world rooted in and dependent on anthropocentric arrogance and speciesism. My colleague and friend Travis Litterman observes that Hollywood tastemakers, it seems, are very quick to bet on the end of the world, from plagues and pandemics to comets, meteors, zombies, which we'll get to a little bit later, and alien invasions, which I showed you just a second ago. Crosby is more specific, arguing that as global climate change, pollution, and habitat destruction have been transforming a comfortable Earth into one that is increasingly hostile and strange, it appears horror is becoming the new environmental norm. in representations found in apocalyptic TV shows and movies. So as I attempt to demonstrate in this paper, such eco-horror may be both reflecting and reflective of this notion of ecophobia, or reflecting and exacerbating this notion of ecophobia. Second, there's a close relationship between the awe of nature, which is expressed in terms of appreciation and romantic delight, and the experience of the sublime with respect to nature, which unfolds both fascination and a sense of terror. Elsewhere, Professor South and I draw upon ideas of objection as it emerges from the monstrous. So here I want to try to connect Gothic imaginings of the power and vengeance of nature wronged by humans from the late 18th century to the 21st century. The Gothic feeds on fear of the world turned upside down, the carnivalesque in the Bakhtinian sense. So as Bakhtin proposes, because carnivalistic life is drawn out of its usual rut, it is to some extent life turned inside out, the reverse of the side of the world. As Hall puts it, all ordinary laws, prohibitions, and prescription are suspended. The familiar becomes unfamiliar, or out of control, or wild. And thus when monsters appear in Gothic media, in literature and later in film, they present images that both fascinate and repel. As Skal states, while carnival monsters certainly serve a cathartic function of reinforcing one's own shaky sense of physical normalcy and general good standing membership in the tribe, they're also anxiety avatars for an age in which familiar structures of society and identity are inexorably morphing. If monsters are then products of the anxieties of their time, and that's a point that I want to keep coming back to, for Fiedler, not only may Gothic conventions fit easily into historical fictions, they may equally express anxiety about socio-political upheavals. So for Rafter and Yestede, the Gothic sensibility can be seen as emerging from romantic reaction to Enlightenment rationalism, whereby the Romantics, who favored freedom, expression, and exploration, looked to nature for inspiration, reaching for a sense of the sublime, the shudder of horror, and other powerful feelings. Of all the landscapes untamed by rationalism and likely to provoke fear, yet also seen as symbolic of freedom and the ideal environment for exploration, the idea of wilderness stands out. And so I'm going to spend some time on that now. So William Cronin, geographer who's also a historian, has challenged and interrogated the notion of wilderness. And so he wrote, gosh, now it's 1995, in a piece called The Trouble with Wilderness, or Getting Back to the Wrong Nature, about how we need to rethink wilderness. So Cronin acknowledges that this may seem like a heretical claim to many environmentalists, because to many environmentalists, the idea of wilderness has for decades been a fundamental tenet, indeed a passion of the environmental movement, especially in the United States. But he points out it's important to rethink and re-examine the peculiar history of wilderness. Far from being the one place on Earth that stands apart from humanity, Cronin explains, wilderness is quite profoundly a human creation. Indeed, the creation of the very particular human cultures at a very particular moment in human history. It's not a pristine sanctuary where the last remnant of an untouched, endangered, but still transcendent nature can for at least a little while longer be encountered without the contaminating taint of civilization. Instead, it's a product of that civilization. It could hardly be contaminated by the very stuff of which it's made. So as Cronin continues, if you were to look back 250 years in American and European history, one doesn't find so many people wandering about remote corners of the planet looking for what we would today call the wilderness experience. Indeed, as late as the 18th century, the most common usage of the word wilderness in the English language referred to landscapes that generally carried adjectives far different from the ones they attract today. And so I'd be curious, maybe in the question and answer, if we could discuss where the Catalan word for wilderness comes from, or where the Spanish word comes from. But to be in wilderness for Cronin was to be deserted, savage, desolate, barren, in short, a waste. The word's nearest synonym. The connotations were anything but positive, and the emotion was most likely to feel in presence of bewilderment or terror. So think about that today. Today, wilderness has a sort of exotic or romantic feel, or it often does to environmentalists and nature lovers, as Cronin himself has stated. Some people try to spend their vacations in wilderness. I prefer to come here to Spain. Some people want to go to wilderness. Or they hope to retire and backpack, camp, and hike in wilderness. Years ago, Cronin contends, the sentiment was just the opposite. When Adam and Eve were driven from the garden, the world they entered was a wilderness that only their labor and pain could redeem. Wilderness, in short, was a place to which one came against one's will, or only against one's will, and always in fear and trembling. And so you see Eve trembling there. Cronin proceeds to explain that by the second half of the 19th century, the tides of fashion and curiosity had started to change. The terrible awe that Wordsworth and Thoreau regarded as the appropriately pious stance to adopt in the presence of their mountaintop god was giving way to a much more comfortable, almost sentimental demeanor. And here's the part of the talk where I begin my wardrobe change. Well, this period was accompanied by the sentiment that the wasteland that had once seemed worthless had for some people come to be almost beyond price. The evolution of thinking was by no means linear or consistent. And so the point is that our attitudes towards wilderness and towards nature and environment have shifted over time, but that it's not one that we can track in any particular linear way. The early use of the Gothic label was applied to that which was dismissed for not conforming to the classical style, for being associated with a conflation of the barbaric, medieval, superstitious, and irrationally wild. By the end of the 19th century, as Rafter and Yestedi note, the Gothic was hybridizing as themes and figures from contemporary sciences were added to repertoires of the ghoulish and perverse. Powerful but unstable combinations. In this respect, the perfect shock to certainty and the status quo was provided by Darwin's evolutionary theories and the rupturing of conventional and religious assumptions about human origins and identity, a jolt that shook up and echoed through literature and visual imagination. Numerous images and themes followed and flourished in Gothic and modern literature, and subsequently in film. And as Rafter and Yestedi list among these the works of Mary Shelley, back to Frankenstein, Edgar Allan Poe, The Raven, who stressed the horror, the strange, the exotic, sexual vulnerabilities and abnormalities, the ubiquity of the supernatural, and the dark taints of corruption, all signs of perverse and perverted nature. Importantly, while Darwin was aiming to provide scientific certainty about the relationship of humans to nature for the creative imagination, this clarification simply presented complexity, which needed further exploration. The Gothic entices and excites because it prevents challenges to classification and civilized behavior. The monstrous Frankenstein, whom we saw earlier, or Dracula, as well as other classical figures of horror in both literature and then later in film, functions as characters with some distinctly human emotions and feelings that are nevertheless unknowable and uncanny because we fixate on their differences. This may in turn block our attempts to classify, categorize, and hence control them. These figures occupy spaces and zones of the twilight, the liminal, the interstitial. These are places where we deposit our dead and unwanted waste, the underground spaces and subterranean cities. Some of this is replayed in subsequent genres of science fiction and horror, as polluted rivers generate mutations, devouring plants to bite back in revenge, such as in the film The Ruins, 2008 film, in which the plants come out of a Mayan ruin and devour humans, or The Happening, in which plants are the sort of the vectors by which a particular neurotoxin affects humans, and they subsequently all commit suicide. As with all horrors, real human follies and anxieties lie beneath these phenomena. As public health is endangered, the environment is damaged, and toxicity accumulates. So let's move now to monstrous distortions of human nature. So we're going to think a little bit about Lombroso's primitives and what's called the werewolf complex. So over the course of the 18th and 19th centuries, the interpretation and representation of murder, sin, unnatural and morbid behaviors were transformed from explanations and lessons, so in pamphlets and sermons, rooted in the centrality of the church and community, to narratives of a post-lapsarian culture reflecting Gothic fascinations and constructions of criminal transgression. As Rafter and Yastedi point out, the secular Gothic discourse about the mystery and horror of the crime of homicide replaced the notion of the killer as human sinner, and instead deplored the utter otherness of the murderer. The Gothic and the arch criminal converged. Through the romanticism of the Gothic, serial killers have found their way into popular culture as monsters, although in many cases their monstrousness is all the more terrifying because they're capable of retaining an outward presentation of ordinariness and likability, the notion that someone in this room could be a serial killer. This may reflect two contrasting tendencies in criminology, which have been described as the criminology of the self, characterizing others as rational, ordinary consumers, just like us, and a criminology of the other, defining the offender as a threatening stranger, someone very much not like us. The other may be visibly and evidently not normal, a monstrous body, mind, or both. But even more frighteningly, the other may be able to hide his, her, its, their true nature from any visual scrutiny. With this realization, the door opens to numerous fantasies and fears of horror, possession, zombification, alien invasion, and serial killers. Here we have our zombies. The stranger within is a phenomenon familiar from when changes in behavior seem uncharacteristic, or personal secrets emerge that change the balance of relationships, or more frighteningly, when the safe becomes unsafe. This is the subject of other kinds of analysis concerned with late or postmodern fascination with violence and the Gothic in mainstream culture. Edmondson declares that the American culture at large has become suffused with these Gothic assumptions, with Gothic characters and plots. And so in his book, The Werewolf Complex, the French cultural sociologist Denis Duclos examines American popular culture in this light, in search of an answer to the question why the United States has the highest number of multiple murderers. Duclos does not attribute the cause of violence and murder to Lombroso's notion of primitive urges, but to cultural influences on the shaping of human nature. In this interpretation, American society can be imagined as a werewolf, human most of the time, but hiding a savage within that breaks out with regularity, reflecting a swing between an appetite for destruction and a need for order, which we may have seen with the movement from Trump to Biden, and maybe this plays out in other cultures as well. As Picard and Greek argue, the new serial killer has replaced monsters of previous centuries, and new myths and fears emerge. But they also provide continuity with the vampires, werewolves, and cannibals of the past. Like Jekyll and Hyde, these monsters may be outwardly normal, average, and respectable, but with a monster hidden within. To explore the significance of these different perceptions of human nature in relation to non-human nature in the natural world, I think it's important to recognize that from the late 19th century onward, the mix of the Gothic and the scientific forced a rethinking of traditional ideas about humans' bodies and their relationship with other forms of life. And there followed a narrative within which any combination of morphic traits, any transfiguration of bodily form was possible. Species integrity was undone. Subsequently, from Darwin to DNA, phrenology to psychoanalysis, the search for the key to unlocking the mysteries of human nature and the natural has driven major fields of science, but also influenced creative interpretation and representation. For example, the search for elixirs, fountains, and magical stones with properties that could enhance or prolong life, and I think we even see this with the rhino horn and the notion that it can be used to enhance male virility, is a centuries-old spanning story of human imagination, exploration, and experimentation with elements of nature, such as water, blood, and earth. If this seems folly to some, to others, the miracle of a long life or dead rising was scriptural truth. To the Gothic imagination, it was the seed of Frankenstein and Dracula. And to indigenous cultivators of plants and later botanists, the abilities of some apparently dead plants to come back to life was proof of the possibility of resurrection. This phenomenon is still a puzzle for plant science, and as Ryan notes, the exact mechanism by which so-called resurrection plants reverse their metabolic arrest remains unknown. But these plants are able to display an uncanny aptitude to return from the brink of ordinarily death-dealing conditions. This is another mystery and trick of nature of the kind that the Gothic and eco-horror genres mimic. As Bull remind us, and as I again suggested at the beginning, the first thing you should always ask of a monster is, what does it represent? So with this in mind, the vampire, for example, represents an impossible condition of living death, reversing conventional definitions of identity and difference, perverting the religious idea of resurrection, and capable of hiding its true form in nature. And it's to this nature, or it's to nature's talent for trickery and misrepresentation that I want to turn to next. Fear of the impure, of transfiguration, and of the lack of integrity of species, i.e. the feeling that nature cannot be trusted, can also be traced to Victorian roots with implications that would ripple through literature and the visual, and of course influence perceptions of and responses to deviants, criminals, and the other. Aberlue suggests that when Victorian science and the arts had to adapt new ways of seeing and representing nature to include ideas about mimicry and deception, they also had to contemplate questions about whether these phenomena were primitive and bestial, or whether they held the key to human evolution and even civilization. Even then, the idea of evolution as something beyond control was frightening, and hence gave rise to literary, visual, and scientific preoccupations with how to manipulate, direct, control, or resist it. The diversity of nature, not just mimicry, but sexual polymorphisms in animals and plants with human characteristics, created anxieties, as did doublings, such as the notion of a criminal woman and the normal woman, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and the idea that the one identity might transform into the opposite, or that, as Lombroso proposed, children, far from being innocent, start life as little savages. And as the father of two daughters, I think that's somewhat true. The wild urges and forces of nature are within us, or they're within us all, and hence neither nature nor other humans can be trusted entirely. So nature, and I don't mean to suggest, nature does not normally present a daily threat to human existence. Indeed, as Levin notes, of all the human deaths each year in the United States, non-human animals cause only about 0.008%. To offer another example, a recent headline in USA Today, this is the American sort of middle market daily newspaper, if you're not familiar with it, read, "Shark bites off leg of 22-year-old US woman snorkeling off Blue Haven Resort in Turks and Caicos." Despite the title of the piece was, I think that was the title intended to get you to buy the newspaper and to read it. Despite the title of the piece, if one reads a few lines of the article, one soon learns that the total number of shark attacks around the world is extremely low when you consider how many people swim or do activities in the ocean. The worldwide in 2022, there were 57 unprovoked shark bites and 32 provoked shark bites. So what's a provoked shark bite? It's when people are trying to harass sharks, or they just harass them, they try to touch them, they try to feed them something, maybe they try to do something nice, like remove a fishing hook from them, but those are all provoked. Of the 57 unprovoked shark bites, 41 happened in the United States, and within the United States, Florida had the most with 16. So Marwan, you might want to keep that in mind when you go to Florida in a little bit. Meaning that the US leads all countries for the most unprovoked shark bites. And so we're reminded of this with Jaws. Importantly, when nature does present a threat to human existence, the experience can be revelatory. In her gripping and stirring story that recounts her near fatal encounter with a saltwater crocodile, Plumwood writes that when the crocodile attacked her canoe, for the first time, it came to her that she was prey, followed by the thought, this can't be happening to me. I'm a human being, not meat. I don't deserve this fate. and only later that the course and intensity of terminal thought patterns in near-death experiences can tell us much about our frameworks of subjectivity. And this reminds me a little bit about a conversation I had last night with Monica and Ian about humans being prey, and if humans were more often prey, we might be more inclined to accept aspects of the food chain, or maybe not. Somewhat similarly, the author, Maxim Laskatov, recalls hiking in the Grinnell Lake on the eastern side of Glacier National Park in Montana, and realizing that he and his partner were being stalked by a female grizzly bear, and that the bear wanted to eat them. It was a strange epiphany, he writes. To be human today is to deny our animal nature, though it's always there, as the earth remains round beneath our feet, even when it feels flat. I had always been an animal, he writes, and would always be one. But it wasn't until I was prey, my own fur standing on end, and certain base level decisions being made in milliseconds, in the part of my mind that often takes 10 minutes to choose toothpaste at the grocery store, that the meat and bone reality settled over me. I was smaller and slower than the bear. My claws were no match for hers, and almost every part of me was edible. Plumwood's and Laskatov's experiences notwithstanding, unless one lives and or works in nature, such as a park ranger, whom Laskatov and his partner encountered while being chased by the bear, nature, does not regularly imperil our lives. Although this is changing with the increased frequency of natural disasters brought about by human action and inaction. Or I guess natural disasters should now be in scare quotes. It seems, however, that such threats have long been a theme of tales about the vulnerability of humans to environmental forces, as in flood stories and the importance of hunger and famine, through to novels from the late Victorian period onward. Mayer, for example, explores the relationship between the human exploitation of nature and social injustices that was of interest to William Morris in his lectures and essays, in one of which he envisioned a world liberated from human dominance, contributing to what Mayer calls the ecological Gothic, and predating ideas of posthumanism. Morris was not alone in exploring the darker side of nature, and contemporaries, including Richard Jefferies, whose After London is a grim portrayal of a future England taken over by unchecked forces of a wild nature, where the great watercourses of the country have been changed or destroyed by plant growth, and nature takes its revenge, reducing humans to a feudal state of existence, divided by conflicts, mired in ignorance and superstition. Today, as Monbiot notes, television programs boost ratings by demonizing wildlife and present narratives of towns under siege by hungry predators. This is especially true with images of polar bears in northern Canada. These stories both challenge and stimulate the goal of eliminating risk and making the world safe, and rendering nature predictable and tame. Monbiot offers the Western Australian charcoal as an example of an exercise that appears to be unscientific and counterproductive, a grand act of vandalism that endangers the top predators, already greatly depleted, which sustain the ecosystem of the seas, motivated by the desire with which many people could connect, to ensure that nothing untoward ever happens to anyone, but also informed by our desire to believe that any remaining hazards presented by the natural world are far more dangerous than they really are. A huge entertainment industry books, films, games, trades in its manufacture. It sells. Okay, so far I've talked a little bit about eco-horror. I've made reference to the term, but I haven't really offered much in the way of a definition. Focusing on eco-horror in cinema, Merchant declares, eco-horror may have been around forever, and the premise propelling the genre couldn't be simpler or more primal. Man, I'm going to say man rather than humans, man tampers with nature, or worse, ruins nature, and nature kicks man's ass. Foy's description of eco-horror films is a bit more elaborate. Fright flicks in which nature turns against humankind due to environmental degradation, pollution, encroachment, nuclear disaster, or a host of other reasons. As a genre, eco-horror attempts to raise mass consciousness about the very real threats that will face humanity if we are not more environmentally cautious. According to Murphy, American eco-horror has a long history rooted in the ecophobia of white settlers who set out to create a new world in the midst of a vast, unfamiliar, and often physically treacherous landscape. The reaction was what Crosby calls a deadly compensatory ecophilia, based on the proposition that if the colonists were going to love their new home, they would do so only by making it like them. They embarked upon a self-conscious program to transform wilderness into a garden. This is the stamp of modern rationality on the ancient and wild, which can, as history shows, slide into the monstrous, the genocidal, and the ecocidal. As Bauman argued in his analysis of the Holocaust, modern culture is a garden culture. It defines itself as a perfect arrangement for human conditions. It constructs its own identity out of distrust of nature. In fact, it defines itself and nature through its endemic distrust of spontaneity and its longing for a better and necessarily artificial order. Of course, the terrible irony that Bauman reflects is how the aim of tempering or eradicating certain wild and distrusted specimens and forces of nature, constructed and feared as sources of weakness or disease, can result in unspeakable terror and evil, far more real and devastating than any imagined ideologically conceived threat. Bauman's analogy helps us to glimpse the impulse of order and control that has tried to reinterpret both nature and humanity in an ordered, hierarchical, and understandable way. As I've noted before, however, nature fights back. Nature and the oppressed can engage in reverse colonization, or at least that is a fear underpinning the anxieties of conquerors of lands and builders of empires. Mayer describes the terrifying reversal as one in which the colonizer finds himself in the position of the colonized. The cause of such change may be alien forces, terrestrial or other, or as in the novel After London described, which I described above, may be the result of monstrous forces that do not come from abroad, but emerge quite literally from the native soil. Discussing eco-horror in Australian genre cinema, Simpson is also interested in the resilience and resistance of animals and plants threatened by extinction, and hence in how certain films can be exploitative, yet also signal important ecological and social issues. Using an eco-post-colonial framework, Simpson argues that in their attitudes towards foreigners, tourists, and/or trespassers as prey, these films extend post-colonial anxieties over settler Australian notions of belonging. And they challenge the notion of human mastery over nature. Simpson also discusses what is referred to as the new nature, a cultural shift whereby animals have an uncanny knack of adapting and hybridizing in order to survive and sometimes even thrive. As such, they, and the films, force us to acknowledge more culturally plural forms of being. Similarly, there are ways in which there has been a cultural pluralization of ways of perceiving of nature. So as Clark puts it, in our globalized culture, myths once limited to a single national reality can now enrich the understanding of our broader multicultural society. According to Clark, the old notion of the power of nature as sacred, which commonly appears in Third World, his term, not mine, and Native American films, also his term, not mine, is now entering mainstream films in the United States, such as Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Avatar, Shrek, Gravity, Mama, Maleficent. The violation of nature as something or someone that is sacred is then represented in various ways. In response to the rape of nature, something that came up yesterday, and the trauma of that which has been stolen, expunged, or overwritten, nature fights back against the colonizers and takes over, or else makes its wounded presence felt by appearing as spectral atmospheres and landscapes, even if only imagined and felt as absent, but nonetheless haunting and presented as polluted, barren, treacherous, and unsafe. How am I doing?
You have 2 minutes.
10 minutes left, perfect. Okay. In their discussion of Gothic nature, Parker and Poland remark that in the cultural imagination, nature has always engendered fear, wonder, and fascination, with Gothic writers engaging with our imagined fears of the non-human world. Nature is consistently constructed in our stories as other, a point that we've returned to a couple of times in today's paper. Excessive, unpredictable, disruptive, chaotic, enticing, supernaturally powerful, and perhaps most disturbingly, alive. It importantly threatens our very definitions of humanness. At the same time, other sinister and unsettling forces and events are shaping our lives and planet, from climate crisis and collapsing permafrost to mass extinction and microplastics inhabiting our bodies. Gothic depictions of nature seem to have slipped uninvited into reality while we are busy making other plans. Monstrous illustrations of nature simply reflect humanity's monstrous treatment of nature, which has led to non-human species to the brink of extinction and continues to wreak ecocidal destruction on our atmosphere, forests, landscapes, oceans, and seas, and the planet as a whole. This ecocide is a product of modern scientific rationalization and market neoliberalism, and a perpetuation of what Horkheimer and Adorno identified as one outcome of the Enlightenment, a duality between externalized nature and internal human nature that has served to rationalize human domination of the material world, but has also threatened an eventual revolt of nature. There may be many reasons for this. Laskatov, whom I had talked about earlier, quotes the anthropologist Clifford Geertz's famous aphorism, "Man is an animal suspended in webs of significance that he himself has spun." And Laskatov reflects on this and how on most days he remains fully entangled in this web, cursing at his smartphone while rolling across the earth in 4,000 pounds of steel. For Watson, the human social order has separated itself from its fellow animals through a process of abjection, denying subject status to non-humans. To abject is to separate, reject, eject, to throw. And that's something that I discuss again later in the book. So the monstrous nature and eco-horror component of the book leads to a discussion of the earth as treated as abject, as something we wanna reject. Okay, so let me work towards a conclusion here. You invited me here, or at least I think you invited me here, to reflect on issues related to species and an ecologically just society. And so there were a number of questions posed. I want to reflect on two of these. First, what are the roles of different stakeholders in preserving biodiversity? And then second, how is speciesism speeding biodiversity loss? And I'd like to try to do so with 5 points. First point, there are no monsters out there. We humans create our monsters. It's a process of othering people, othering non-human nature. In the United States, we often see police officers, law enforcement officials referring to people addicted to methamphetamines as meth zombies. And this is a form of sort of rural abjection. So culture gives birth to the monster before our eyes. The monster is an incorporation of the outside, the beyond. But the key is we create these monsters. Second, the monsters that we create demonstrate things. They have metaphorical value. Though each age and time has its own particular monsters to contend with, this experience can tell us something about our past. So if we look at previous depictions of monsters, you can learn something about history. Insofar as the fear and anxiety the monsters provokes bring to light a way of life that has been but the semblance of order. Along with this, monsters reflect current anxieties. So there's been an increase in zombie literature and films post 9/11. Zombies have become to represent or stand-ins for Islamic terrorists, illegal immigrants, and so on and so forth. Along with this, monsters can also serve as a portent, directing us to a future that exceeds prediction. Third point, these representations have material consequences, which relates to the fourth point. What I've tried to suggest in this paper is that monstrous nature, the depiction of nature as monstrous in film and in literature, contributes to speciesism. That's the fertilizer that I referred to in my title. Indeed, certain cinematic representations that portray nature as monstrous, as something that literally threatens human life and figuratively threatens the bounds of human subjectivity, therefore insist on solid divisions between nature and culture. Such cinematic representations, I think, also vilify nature. They justify the slaughter of creatures we construct as repulsive. the glass eels. Certain cinematic representations, or certain films that represent nature as monstrous, present a particular threat to environmentalism. And this is, I think, important for those of us in the room, as they directly contradict the ethos of environmentalism and the work that many of you do. For whereas most programs or direct mail campaigns encourage us to realize our connection and take responsibility for ecosystems far away, as the Amazon, or maybe ecosystems that are close by, or the Arctic, monstrous nature demands just the opposite. So there's this tension here between the message that we get from environmentalism and the message that we are getting from cinema. So, what do we do? I think if we want to understand why biodiversity loss is occurring and what the roles of different stakeholders are or might be, I'd say we should do two things. One, we should look at how we represent non-human animals and plants, because these representations function both as reflections, as mirrors of the way that we interact and see the world around us, but also as guides. So if we look to these cinematic representations, we start thinking that's what we should do, as much as we think of maybe that's the way that we do interact with humans and nature. And then second, I think it's incumbent upon us to challenge these. I think we can challenge these in our work. I think we can challenge these in our conversations and in our writing. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Abby, for your presentation about the monster that we create and how that affects the way that we deal with the loss of the biodiversity. I think it was really insightful. Thank you very much. So now I will give the turn to the panelists to expose their presentations. And yeah, I will start with the panelists that are waiting in teams. Okay, Florencia. Yes, I will put the presentation of Florencia. Okay, the first panelist that we have now is Florencia Paz Landeira. She is waiting in Teams. Florencia Paz Landeira comes from the Laboratorio de Investigación en Ciencias Humanas, and her presentation is about community activism and the rights of children in conflicts in socio-environmental conflicts.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Florencia.
Can you hear me? I am having some echo, but I think it's better now. Yes.
Okay.
So, will you show my slides, or do you rather me to do it?
Yeah, could you show your slides?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay. Perfect. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Florencia Paz Landeira. I am an anthropologist from Argentina. I am very happy to be a part of the colloquium and to share some of my work with you. So, in this presentation, I analyze the judicialization of a socio-environmental conflict around the use of pesticides in Pergamino, a town in the province of Buenos Aires, Argentina. I examine this process with special focus on the locus of kinship, motherhood, and childhood, And this presentation is part of a broader postdoctoral research that seeks to analyze socio-environmental conflicts around agro-extractivism from the perspective of children's rights. In terms of methodology, my research is guided by an anthropological perspective and an ethnographic approach. The data that I'm going to share is based on court decisions, media coverage, and interviews with women from the organization Stop Fumigating Pergamino. In particular, I will review some aspects of the story of two of these women, Sabrina, who is here in the photograph, and Florencia. Before getting to the particularities of the case, I would like to share some analytical keys that allow us to contextualize it. First of all, it is necessary to consider the context of neo-extractivism and agribusiness. I refer to the consolidation of agribusiness in the southern corn at the end of the 20th century, which is a productive model based on the use of transgenic seeds and agrotoxics. The category of neo-extractivism allows us to understand the expansion of extractive frontiers associated with the reprimarization of Latin American economies within the context of the deployment of a model whose negative consequences are evidenced in the progressive impoverishment of soils, the health risks due to the massive use of agrotoxics, the loss of biodiversity, and the disarticulation of peasant and indigenous life systems. As part of this new phase of extractivism, we also recognize the growing social resistance to its logics and consequences, and the emergence of other languages and narratives regarding social relations with nature, other species and beings with which we coinhabit the planet. In Argentina, in particular, a milestone was the introduction of Roundup-ready transgenic soybean in 1996, following a rather irregular record time authorization. Together with no-till farming and the herbicide glyphosate, they make up a technological package that implied economic, social, and environmental transformations. Along with the rising of commodity prices, it fostered the rapid expansion of what is called the process of sojización. Another key point refers to the literature on social environmental conflicts. The field of study has built on the classic anthropological work of Mary Douglas on the social perception and acceptability of risk, and has called for a situational approach to the complex mechanism of social attribution that cause an event to be considered dangerous, and the ways in which these involve social ideas of morality and justice. Community and neighborhood assemblies have proliferated in different localities in relation to fumigations and have become instances not only of protest, but also of deliberation and collective learning. A milestone is the so-called Mothers of Ituzaingó, who were the first to expose in the mid-2000s in the province of Córdoba, here in Argentina, the effects of fumigations on the health of their children. It has been these same communities in organizational process based on family and kinship relations that have activated the production of medical evidence, giving rise to what is known as popular epidemiology. And it has also been through the organization and demand that jurisprudence and regulations have been produced at the local level. Lastly, I recall the discussions on environmental justice that point out the unequal distribution of environmental harm among populations and ecologies according to various stratification processes on a global scale. A brief reference to current regulations on the subject in the country. In line with the regional trend, the constitutional reform of 1994 in Argentina incorporated the right to a healthy environment as well as the protection by the authorities of natural resources and biological diversity. There is no comprehensive national law on the application of the so-called phytosanitary products. The competence is shared by the national state, provinces, and municipalities, resulted in infralegal regulation by means of resolution and administrative provisions. Among the minimum standard laws, I just want to mention the general environmental law, which incorporates the precautionary principle, which is important for this conflict in particular. Here is a short video of the location of the town of Pergamino, 220 kilometers from the capital of the country in the Pampa Húmeda, which has become what is known as the soybean core in the north of the province of Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires, it currently has a total population of around 100,000 inhabitants. So to dwell into the chronology of the conflict, before 2011, the first complaints were already made to the local government, especially by mothers, due to the effects of the fumigation on their health and that of their children. In particular, Sabrina, one of the founders of the Mothers of Fumigated Neighborhoods of Pergamino in 2011, suffered a miscarriage due to intoxication in the 6th month of her pregnancy because of the fumigations in front of her house. Since then, she began to participate in local meetings and radio stations to tell her story. From these first public complaints, Sabrina met other women with similar stories. Among them, Florencia, who moved to Pergamino in 2011, recalls, and I quote, "After a year, we already felt strange symptoms. My daughter began to have asthma, her nose became very blocked, her legs went numb, she had hives, boils, and during a very strong fumigation, some animals died. A puppy and 2 parrots woke up exploded." As a result of these first alerts, a municipal ordinance came into force in 2014. Although the neighbors asked to keep the fumigation at a distance of more than 1,000 meters from their homes, the municipality ignored the demands and, in agreement with the agribusiness sector, established only 100 meters of protection. Between 2014 and 2015, Sabrina had 2 strokes and her children had different symptoms and infections that, after battling the medical system, were finally associated with alarming levels of pesticides in their bodies. Her son, 120 times more glyphosate than a body can tolerate, her daughter 100, and Sabrina 58. Despite, or precisely as a result of these health problems, the movement Mothers of Fumigated Neighborhoods was consolidated, and thus in 2017, they decided to turn to the federal justice in the face of the barriers imposed by the local government. In these years, the issue began to acquire public status, and at the same time, the neighbors advanced in the production of evidence often linked to their own medical records, but also to community surveys. Florencia recalls, "In 2018, I started to do a survey. As in Santa Julia, her neighborhood, people are very reserved. I left a sheet in the grocery store for anyone who did not dare to talk to me. Many neighbors agreed, and in 10 blocks, we registered 56 cases of cancer." As a result of the complaint filed by Sabrina and Florencia, in April 2019, the judge of a federal criminal and correctional court ordered to perform water and soil analysis, which resulted in the presence of 19 chemicals in the soil and 18 in water, adding to the presence of arsenic. As a result of this report, the judge issued a protective precautionary measure limiting spraying to 600 meters from the urban area and the fields adjacent to the affected neighborhoods, and ordered the municipality to distribute drinking water to the population. In its argumentation, it took up the principle of prevention of environmental damage and the precautionary principle in the face of the creation of a risk with unknown and unforeseeable effects of the general environmental law. The plaintiff requested that the precautionary measure be extended in order to avoid the risk of damage to the inhabitants of the city of Pergamino, especially to children. In September 2019, the judge decided to increase the distances to 1,095 meters for ground spraying and 3,000 meters for aerial spraying. Sabrina summarizes the first ruling as follows. Precautionary measure that moves the fumigation away from our heads. It is a measure based on the evidence that we ourselves have provided. The soil in our backyard is contaminated. Unfortunately, we are the ones who have to do all the work, the ant work, to prove that we are getting sick because of the pesticides, when our own bodies are the proof. The municipal government appealed the measure. However, the chamber ratified the decision in October 2020, and after a new appeal, the Supreme Court of Justice again confirmed the measure. By that time, Florencia had already died from the cancer she had been suffering from since 2016. The case clearly presents many aspects. I would like to outline some of them at least. In the first place, as anticipated, the precautionary framework prevailed over the pragmatic position of the agribusiness and local political power that insists on the non-causality between pesticides and health affections and on attributing the harmful effects to bad practices or inadequate uses. The precautionary principle reveals epistemic controversies and enables the consideration of other non-expert knowledge, and at the same time problematizes the causality regime inherent to legal rationality. In relation to this, the peculiar temporality of environmental violence also emerges, which often decouples the damage from its causes by the work of time itself, particularly in cases of chronic and sublethal toxicities. Secondly, the affective dimension that allows us to think of this particular environmental activism as a form of parental care, in which it is mothers who argue that this model jeopardizes the possibilities of care and threatens child welfare and is ultimately incompatible with the reproduction of life in a broader sense. This in turn opens up concerns and worries regarding the future and intergenerational justice. As Sabrina said, the problem with childhood and the state of alert is that we know that poison in a small body penetrates faster. We know that it causes genetic damage that can be irreparable. It is not only damaging our children and grandchildren if it does not first cause infertility, but the damage that they are causing today will last for generations. End of the quote. Health, and in broader terms, child welfare, works as a sort of catalyst for the conflict, and then in its judicialization, it appears as a central axis of the framing. We find in this sense a renewal of the politicization of the figure of the mother, which constitutes a whole legacy of struggle in Argentina. Fighting appears as a way of caring for the children. And once again, quoting Sabrina, the role of the mother is what moves me. How many times when I was stuck, I thought of my children and I got up and said to myself, I have to go on. I will have the satisfaction that I was not in vain in this world, that I left the best I could for my children. And for me, the environment extends to every cell of ours, because in fact my children have genetic damage. So the environment is not something external. If we don't do something, we will be implicating the rest of the generations. Thirdly, and finally, I wish to draw attention to the relative absence in these judicial processes of reference to the human rights paradigm, and even more to ecocentric and biocentric approaches. At the same time, the need to point out the fragmentation that this agribusiness model produces at the regulatory level, in which each community is forced to follow the same path to achieve restrictive measures, leaving the systemic aspect of the model as a blind spot. It is necessary to evaluate to what extent these judicialization processes that were opened as a strategy to achieve minimum restrictions do not end up being a trap when, in the end, the population state that it is not a matter of distances, but of a model that sickens and kills, and hence the demand to build non-toxic legacies. I think that I'm already a little over time. These are just key points that I would like to point out to further reflection, and a photo of a meeting of a fumigated village. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Florencia, for your presentation. Now I will give the turn to Krishni Appadoo and Diska Jaggeshar from the University of Mauritius. There we will talk about exploring the need for an environmental sensitive areas act in the Republic of Mauritius. Hello, Krishni. I don't know if you could put your presentation now.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
We don't see it.
Just 1 second.
Yes.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the organizers for setting up this great colloquium. I'm very grateful to be here, and I'll be presenting on behalf of my co-presenter, Bhumika Jaggeshar, who couldn't join us today because of work commitments. So the title of my presentation, as you can see on the screen, is Exploring the Need for an Environmentally Sensitive Areas Act in the Republic of Mauritius. In my presentation, I will be talking about, I will be giving a brief introduction about ESAs, also known as environmentally sensitive areas. I will give a background information about the conversations that has been going on in Mauritius around the subject, the study that was conducted in 2009, and the recommendations from that study to legislate an ESA Act in the Republic of Mauritius, but the failure of the Parliament and the government to come up with such legislation. And finally, I will be talking about a case study to give more context to the ESA, the need for an ESA Act, and also come up with a few recommendations on the side of the authors. So what are ESAs? ESAs are normally landscape elements or locations that are essential to the long-term preservation of biological diversity. So they can include wildlife habitats, natural hotspots, wetlands, and prime agricultural areas. So it is also described as the ecological value of a community, the nature and management and practices of the neighborhood, and all of these, they play a very important role in why we have to manage and protect environmentally sensitive areas. So in Mauritius, the situation is quite different in terms of when we compare it to other countries. We do not have an environmentally sensitive areas act in Mauritius. There is no legislation protecting ESAs, although we have our Environmental Protection Act, which is the main legislation pertaining to environmental protection and the protection of our biological diversity in Mauritius. So following threats intensified by other anthropogenic measures that further harm biodiversity and the ecosystem in Mauritius, the government in 2009-2010 decided to initiate an extensive study to distinguish ESAs in order to identify focus areas for environmental action in the country, because we are a biodiversity hotspot. As a small island, we really have a rich biodiversity, and we rely on biodiversity services in Mauritius. So more than 1,300, through that study, more than 1,300 ESA locations were identified. They were mapped properly and they were assessed in Mauritius and the neighboring island of Rodrigues. So they were classified according to 14 different types that are grouped under 5 ESA systems, including wetlands, shore, offshore, forest, and stable supply of water. So as mentioned before, these types of ESAs include seagrass beds, coral reefs, there were mangroves, mudflats, offshore islets, coastal freshwater marshlands that are very important in Mauritius, and also rivers and creeks, lakes, and reservoirs. These were included in the study. So when the study was initiated by the government, after the study was done, there were recommendations from the policymakers, and there was the recommendation that for the protection of the ESAs in the Republic of Mauritius, there should be the adoption of an ESA Act by Parliament. So this was one of the main recommendations following that report in 2009-2010. So in that regard, since the recommendations, an ESA bill draft was prepared by a panel of experts, but unfortunately, 14 years down the line, an ESA Act has still not seen the light in Mauritius. So what were the recommendations from the ESA study in 2009-2010? So it was to propose an ESA Act to ensure access, development, and use of ESAs, so that these are controlled in the commons, ensure protection and creation of protected areas. These include our natural parks, reserves, and boreholes. Ensure restoration of existing protected areas, national parks, reserves, and boreholes, and provide protection and management of ESAs on private and leased state land, including forest wetlands. And also, the recommendations were setting up subsidies for productive agricultural activities, and also finally considering marginal cost pricing of public services and resources. So why is there the need, such an urgent need, to establish the ESA Act in Mauritius? So in Mauritius, agriculture, land development, and the invasion of exotic species have all contributed and are continuing to contribute to the degradation of the island's limited natural resources. Being ecosystem-based rather than tenure-based, ESAs will enable the government to develop integrated policies for the management and the protection of these sensitive areas that are so urgent in need of protection. So the protection of steep slopes, the drainage of stormwater, the storage of floodwater and drinking water, and the entrapment of pollutants are all examples of important environmental functions that may be performed in environmentally sensitive areas. So as some of you may be aware, with the impacts of climate change, in Mauritius, we have been having a lot of storms, with storms happening more frequently than usual. And these have resulted in flash floods. And we have seen that in areas that normally should have been protected because there were ESAs there. So when these areas were not protected, when there were developments, there were buildings, there were houses that were unfortunately given permission to be built over these areas, then the ESA couldn't perform the ecosystem services, and therefore we've been having flash floods in these areas. An example of the importance of the ESA and the ESA Act is an example of the Wakasho oil spill that happened in 2020. So in 2020, there was the running aground of a bulk carrier vessel, and this amounted to one of the worst ecological catastrophes faced in the Indian Ocean in recent years. So the Blue Bay Marine Park, Îles aux Aigrettes and Pointe Desny, which are sites protected under the Ramsar Convention, have been impacted by the Wakasho oil spill. So there was loss of livelihoods of people relying on marine activities. As you know, we're an island, and a lot of our people, they depend on fishing, for example, the fishermen and the fisherwomen community. So they were heavily impacted. Information has also been received that around 50 whales and dolphins have been found dead in areas close to the oil spill. So the spill really threatened to affect a marine protected area known as the Blue Bay Marine Park. This 353-hectare protected marine park was designated as a national park in 1997 and a wetland site under the Ramsar Convention. So in Mauritius, in terms of our obligations in terms of environmental law, international environmental law, we are signatory and we have signed and we have ratified the Convention on Biological Diversity. And this is the international legal instrument for the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components, and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the utilization of genetic resources. So it encompasses all possible fields associated with biodiversity, including agriculture, business, culture, politics, and science. So since Mauritius has not yet enacted our own ESA Act, we believe environmentalists and policymakers, activists believe that the CBT could be used as a guiding light to enact our own ESA. Just as a case study very quickly, I will mention the case of the Roche Noire Smart City in Mauritius. So a couple of months ago, a team of developers from France came to Mauritius, and they have been proposing to set up a smart city in an area that has been described as having as being a biological biodiversity hotspot and located in an area which could be termed as an environmentally sensitive area in the north of the island. So the smart city will be situated on a wetlands, and there already have been protests from civil society. The environmental impact assessment has been submitted by the promoters of the project, but there has been a lot of unanswered questions on the potential environment hazards. So what will be the impacts of this project on the ESA located there? Environmentalists such as notable environmentalists such as Adi Tilok from the NGO platform Maurice l'Environnement, and Bernard Cailleux, who is also an environmentalist. They are very cautious of this development, as they as scientists, they know that this development will have impacts on the wetlands situated in this location. So this project has raised again the need to have an ESA act in Mauritius to urge the government and the parliament to legislate in that area, so that we can make sure that if ever there are developments that will threaten biodiversity loss in the Republic of Mauritius and will threaten environmentally sensitive areas, then we can rely on the act to make sure that we are enforcing and protecting these, enforcing the act and protecting these areas. So some of the challenges that are faced to apply ESA.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you have to finish your presentation because we are a bit
yes, I will finish in 1 minute. Yeah. So some of the challenges faced to apply ESA policies in Mauritius include local governments do not have technical expertise, time, or funds needed to undertake a comprehensive approach to the management of ESAs. There is also the lack of political will and also weak institutional capacity. So the recommendations, of course, is for the legislators to enact the ESA and also to have more capacity building and exchange of know-how from other countries, other experts in other nations that have successfully legislated their own ESA legislations. So thank you very much for your attention, and I leave the floor to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Christy, for your presentation about the situation in Mauritius. And now I will give the turn for the panelists that are here in the room. Our next panelist is Sabia Pipia from the Georgian-American University, and he's going to talk about how international humanitarian law overlooks non-human victims of armed conflicts.
Thank you. Thank you, Ayola, for introduction. Good morning. Before starting my presentation, I also want to join the others in the words of gratitude and appreciation to the organizers of this colloquium for conveying this very important event. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's my pleasure to be with you this morning and talk about the protection of animals under international humanitarian law during an armed conflict. My presentation is based on the research project which I presented in 2 different conferences in the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the George Washington University, and the paper is forthcoming in the next issue of the Israeli Law Review later this year. So every time I keep telling people about this research, they are asking, where do we have animals in armed conflicts, or even if we had, why we should care about them, because there's so many suffering which humans are experiencing during an armed conflict. So I always have a
everyone. The other side can see you as well, not only the presentation. So.
I see. So I always start answering with the second question, that caring more about animals doesn't necessarily mean caring less about humans. So from the legal perspective, at least, asking or advocating for more guarantees for animal protection does not mean that this happens on the cost of humans. So, and at the same time, the suffering animals experiencing in armed conflict does not diminish the importance and significance of the human suffering, of course. So these two paradigms should be addressed in parallel each other, and they are not mutually exclusive. So within the coming 12 minutes, I hope I will be I will keep the time limit. We're going to talk about what kind of uses animals have in the wars, and then specifically focus on the ongoing war in Ukraine, and then what are the existing international humanitarian law norms which potentially can be applicable in the animal protection in armed conflicts, and then I hope I can manage to also talk more about the protection of dolphin populations in the Black Sea during Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and then how the animal welfare law rules can be transferred into international humanitarian law. So this is quite ambitious plan, but let's hope we can manage to talk about everything. So. Going to the first question people ask me, that where do we have animals in the wars? Well, actually the history documented multiple use of animals, non-human animals during armed conflicts, and I would always prefer to rather label it as an abuse instead of use, because the animals were never asked whether they want to be used on the purpose or not. So the decisions were always made by humans, and they never in most of the cases, in complete disregard of the interest of animals. So we have a lot of cases in the history. Even now, the animals were used as a means of transportation during armed conflicts, or carrying weapons, or guarding some military objectives, or detecting explosives, or they were also used in the military experiments and the research to test and develop the new weapons, etc. And this list is non-exhaustive. There were humans found a multiple use of animals during the different armed conflicts. And apart from the directly using animals in an armed conflict, we also have situations when animals can become indirect victims of military operations, such as, for example, the destruction of ecosystems or biodiversity causes and it affects the species of wildlife fauna living in these areas. Also, the mass displacement of humans usually causes their companion animals to be left behind and abandoned. There have been occasions when the fear of famine and the shortage of food led the governments to instruct the populations to kill their companion animals. Also the intensive urban warfares in the cities cause a serious risk to the animals in the zoos or in other closed facilities like shelters, let's say, which are in the cities. Wildlife trafficking is one of the means to finance more wars in certain regions of the globe, and that causes a decline of a certain animal populations. There have been occasions when, for example, the starvation was used as a method of warfare during the siege operations, and that led the civilian population to hunt down their companion animals or the stray animals or the birds just simply to survive. For example, even during the Second World War, in the siege of Leningrad, which was one of the longest siege in this during this war, and even the latest examples come from the siege of Mariupol in Ukraine, where the multiple reports indicate that some people actually use this method just to survive. And again, this list is also non-exhaustive. There can be other situations when the animals can become indirect victims of military activities. In Ukraine, so the Ukraine was not an exception, and although the information is still scarce because the military activities are still ongoing, certain territories are under occupation, so we don't know what's happening there, but still there were multiple reports which indicate that the animals already significantly suffered during different military campaigns, such as, for example, shelling of certain areas close to the farms, which led the farm animals being killed, or the zoos were targeted at least in 2 different cities, Kiev and Kharkov. Also, the mass displacement of the population led led their companion animals to be left behind, and there are like several projects which actually tries to help those animals. Some blockade of some roads caused the cutting of the chain of supply of food to certain farms or shelters, which led also which affected the animals there. The dogs were used for the sniffing mines, and most importantly, the scientists detected the rapid decline of dolphin population in the Black Sea area close to the Ukraine shores because of the activities of the Russian warships. And we will talk about this a bit in more details in later slides. So here comes the question. So does the international humanitarian law protect animals in wars at all? So the answer can be different based on how we see the animals. So whether we see them as a property, whether we see them as an object, whether we see them as a person or any other category. Because the simple answer might be no, because if you go through the text of the core international humanitarian law treaties, you will not find animal there. But there's other rules which can potentially be applicable to the protection of animals based on how we see the nature of non-human animals. So if we consider them as a property, then the property is indeed protected as a public or private property is protected under international humanitarian law. Or if we see them as an object, the civilian objects are protected from attack under international humanitarian law. However, the commentaries to the text indicate that the civilian objects are the ones which are inanimate objects. So maybe it would be problematic to qualify animal as a civilian object because of that interpretation. Wildlife animals can also be considered as a component of a natural environment, which is also protected under international humanitarian law. So animals can also be considered as a combatants because sometimes they carry arms and they are used to be engaged in the military activities. However, the combatants, the protection granted to the combatants comes together with some obligations, and because animals simply cannot carry these obligations, it will be a bit also problematic to qualify them as a combatants. Animals can also be qualified as an objects indispensable for human survival. This is a bit paradox because the law protects animals simply because it's necessary for human survival. So this is mostly refers to the cattle or farm animals, so they are protected to prevent starvation of humans, which means that they have to be slaughtered after that. So the law protects animals like for a certain time, but keeps them, reserves them for the slaughtering later. So this is a bit strange understanding of the law, but still. And the animals can also be protected under the freedom of religion rules, which we have in the international humanitarian law, because in certain religions, animals are considered sacred beings, and the IHL actually grants the protection, grants the right for the prisoners of war to, for example, practice their religion and respect their religious beliefs. So those are the rules which can be potentially applicable to animal protection in wars. As for the Black Sea dolphins, as I mentioned, since the start of the invasion in February, and the data comes only, the data here is only from February to July, because that's when scientists actually did some research from Turkey and Ukraine and some other coastal states as well. So they detected that at least like 5,000 dolphins were killed because of the increased activities of Russian Navy in the Black Sea, because as we all know, dolphins communicate with the sonar signals, and when there are like submarines or some other warships navigating, they intercept the signals, which causes anxiety or confusion and disorientation of the dolphins, which eventually and they end up being killed. This is a real problem because it still continues, and we don't know the multitude, the numbers of the dolphins which are killed for now, and what will be in the future before the war is over. So this is a clear indication that the war can bring the suffering to animals. And the question here is that whether international humanitarian law can address this specific episode of killing dolphins in the Black Sea, because there is a debate about whether international humanitarian law is a fully anthropocentric area of law or not, because obviously even the term humanitarian itself indicates that the humans are in the center of the focus of this area of law. However, there is at least there are at least two provisions in the core IHL treaties which indicate that the natural environment as such can also be protected during an armed conflict, not necessarily linked to the human survival. So we have an additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions, which contains two articles, 35 and 55, about the protection of natural environment. However, the threshold set under this article is so high that the chances are near to zero to qualify certain damage to the natural environment as a violation of the international humanitarian law, because it says that the harm should be widespread, long-term, and severe. So those are like three cumulative criteria which should be met altogether in order to qualify the certain damage to the environment as a violation. And so far, none of the there has not been any occasion in any armed conflicts where this threshold was met. But at least we have this provision which can be potentially applicable in the future, because again, as I mentioned, we still don't know what are the numbers and what will be the numbers when the war is over. Another option, and as of my knowledge, best of my knowledge, the Ukrainian law enforcement agencies are also considering to prosecute this crime against dolphins, but there is no clear understanding also in Ukraine under which provision this can happen, because we have also international criminal law and the International Criminal Court, which started investigation in the situation of Ukraine, and under the Rome Statute, which is the founding treaty of the International Criminal Court, we have one provision under the War Crimes Clause, which actually allows prosecution of the damage to the natural environment as a war crime, but the threshold is even higher there, because first that it needs to be established that there was an attack, like the military let's say use or military force was used, and then this attack should cause this widespread, systematic, and long-term and severe damage, and then this damage should be clearly disproportionate to the military advantage gained or anticipated. So it's even less likely that this could qualify as a war crime under the Rome Statute. And this opens up opportunity for the domestic prosecution of the dolphins, of the crimes against dolphins, because Ukraine is one of the countries which has an ecocide in their national, the domestic criminal code. And the provision which is in Ukraine's criminal code indicates that the mass destruction or mass annihilation of the certain species of flora or fauna, or partial destruction of the of certain species or communities of the fauna, which affects their entire population, something like that. So the threshold in the Ukrainian national law is much lower than in international law, which actually opens up possibility for them to prosecute this crime as an ecocide. There have been multiple investigations launched on ecocide, but unfortunately, the files of the prosecution is not open for now, so we are not aware whether this particular episode is investigated under the crime of ecocide or not, but at least there is a possibility for that. And lastly, if speaking about the because there is a gap in international humanitarian law, as we saw, because there is no like a kind of clear protection of animals. So there are some other rules which can be potentially applicable, but those are again linked to the human survival of the civilian population and not the animals themselves. So when we are talking about the transferring animal welfare law into IHL or how this can happen, we have to bear in mind that what law says. So international humanitarian law is centered around the two main basic principles, which is the principle of humanity and the principle of military necessity. So we have to understand that I'm out of time. Okay, in maybe like 30 seconds I finish. So we have to understand that the war is not like a regular peacetime situation. So there are some exigencies which kind of require sometimes diversion of ethical, moral, or legal norms. The clearest example is that under IHL it is allowed to kill a person if it's adversary and if the military necessity requires it. So some of the scholars, including, for example, one of the prominent animal law scholar, Annie Peters, and some others also share the view that if the animal welfare rules can be applied in the armed conflict, they should be subject of limitations under the principle of humanity and the principle of military necessity. So in other words, this means that in case of conflict between those two values, the human interest and the military interest would prevail over animal interest. This is the law. This is what the IHL says. But again, this does not mean that in the future it cannot be changed or something, but this is what we have for now. I think this concludes my presentation. I will be happy to hear your questions and comments on that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's better there because
Good morning, everybody. I'm from New York Research, and I would like to share with you some findings of my last years spent basically on the field, interviewing prosecutors, judges, and also local rangers, sometimes also working with the ecological rangers about the topic of wildlife crimes. And as you can see from this first picture, we always seem to wildlife and we speak about animals, but also plants are included in the work, and I think it's quite important to not forget it. So, you know, there is a lot of regulation about the topic, and today an environmental lawyer needs to be also a biologist to find the right way to manage this topic. It's quite complicated. And all the offenses included of course, are not comprehensively collected in all the regulations. And there is still a lot of work to do about it. And there are also some treaties that still impede to prosecute specific typological crimes. So, as we have seen yesterday, we talked about the EU Environmental Crime Directive. The environmental crime under the EU law is basically reserved to criminal law. But there are many illegal crimes that should be interconnected with the topic, just into corruption, that is a big problem within the wildlife crime issue, but also the topic of money laundering, that is a strong driver of this typology of crime. And the definition of environmental harm good step forward through the Environmental Crime Directive, but is not still well defined within these regulations. How we consider an harm, especially addressed to forests, to plants, is very difficult to define, even if the UTR regulation did something about it. And there are still legal acts that commit environmental crime itself, because not all the EU members receive all the EU regulation, and outside the EU border there are regulations that allow what is considered in EU a crime, just into India or Africa. So it's a big topic and committing many impacts, as you can see. There are many treated species, and also there are many species involved with many actors. I will summarize everything in a specific word, that is complexity, as you can see in the next. So what is very important to think about is also the effects of such crimes when we are trying to educate students. This is my case, teaching at university. I always try to think about from where I can start. And I think that education about the effects is the first step to do it. Because sometimes it's too late to start from legal acts and legal regulations. And so just think about the COVID-19 pandemic and the possible connection with wildlife illegal trafficking. It's something very hot to discuss. Also within the CITES community, because it's not well recognized yet. Also within this community, this is something really I don't know, but very safe. As you've seen from my first slide, I started from the Carpathian, that is an hot topic and the field where I spend most of my time to let you know that this theme is something involving many actors and is spreading everywhere, because animals, especially large carnivores, are quite everywhere. Here is represented just one of the routes from Czech Republic, where many birds have been sold in the black market and sent to many parts of the world, most of them, of course, in Asia, but also in the North America, as you can see. So this is just an input I will share with you, because we in Italy, as you can see, for the government, we have just 75 tigers living there. For NGOs, it's 4 times the average mentioned by the government. Guess how many tigers are in the United States? So how this is possible? The answer is not really easy. Could be just money, because tigers need money. But just think about that most of the tigers present in Italy, but also in the United States, are there for the happiness of human beings. So I really appreciated the keynote speaker presentation, because narrative is very important in this topic. Have a look to this picture. Is distorted, because in the reality cannot happen something like that. Biologists can tell you if you see a bear in forest, you should leave it alone and do not run away and do not yell at him. So also the good narrative is something to manage somehow. We cannot tell children that they cannot hug bears when they have teddy bear. So everything is linked, as you can see. Unfortunately, the killing of wild animals is something that should be managed from the locally. I really appreciate that the message we received yesterday, that governance should be intended locally, but it's very complex to do it. I worked next to rangers in the Carpathian, and when corruption exists, when big interest, economically speaking, exists, speaking of governance locally is quite complicated. Most of 1,000 rangers have been killed in Africa, Central Africa, and 5 rangers have been killed in Romania just because they were protecting their forest. With the coverage of the local government is well known, but no one speaks about it, and neither the GG environment that is strongly involved in the process. So I don't think there is a solution right now, and I'm strongly believe that it's important to listen to the animals, but are we sure that we can understand them? I don't know. It would be great to do it. We are the most consumer of food today, and food has no price today. IKEA, probably all us have bought something at the IKEA, is actually involved in a big process. They bought the 50% of the illegal market that they bought, and we see everywhere IKEA tools or instruments. Taking wildlife crimes involve many actors, as I already said, but also non-institutional members. So working on the implementation, I think that we should try to change humans first and then work for protect the environment, but it's very difficult. Education is very important, and as I said, complexity is the perfect word that sum up all the inputs I collected during my work on the field and also research on the topic of wildlife crimes. Here you can see some weaknesses I found in my work, and I will share some of these weaknesses with you, hoping that you can maybe discuss it with me, because working on this topic is really time consuming, because it takes a lot of time to create some processes and to involve the right actors in the right field. I strongly believe that education is the key of the problem, and sometimes it's very too late to work on an institutional level. And I'm talking about some specific countries like Serbia and also the north of Africa, where they are still dealing with very, very emergential issues. And let's consider that also in Africa, the militarization of the environmental forces is the answer to the problem. And this is a huge problem, because militarizing environmental forces just bring us to a new war, environmental war, just to protect the wildlife. So it's something really happening, not just in Africa, but also in India, to protect tigers, the last tiger remain. And unfortunately, something also happened in Romania, because after the 3 rangers killed by illegal loggers, the local rangers have been armed with not just guns. So, coming to a conclusion, because I'm running out of time, sorry. There are also two important points I would touch, that this type of wildlife crimes do not make immediate victims. We spoke yesterday. The evidence is important to collect to report such crimes. But when an animal is poisoned, or when a bird is poached, and it can be found many days after he has been killed. And the sensitivity to the harm done to the animals is also important. I interviewed many judges, convinced a judge that the life of his dog is the same of a white python illegally sold on the black market. Try to do it. If I kill your dog, I think that you became a little bit upset. If I found another tropical animal, your feeling changed. So the sensitivity is very important. We should work on it. The wood, what is our sensitivity to the wood? If I sit here and you know that this desk has been bought on the black market, cutting wood and killing rangers, maybe next time you will think twice before buying it. It's a very complex topic, and I've been very glad also presentation proceeding, because also the war is making difference within wildlife. But we need a lot of competencies. This is the reason why I'm saying that the scientific contribution is important, especially within the judiciary field, because just cannot cover all the field of research I'm touching, because most of them came from the administrative fields that is not properly related to the criminal environment. So data is very important, as I already said, and you've seen there are many databases on the wildlife crime societies, of course, is contributing to the topic, but many important data have been lost during the years regarding this topic. The last I already mentioned is some consideration I did, because people called to defend wildlife is totally underpaid. I don't mention what is the salary of a ranger in Serbia or in Bulgaria or in Ukraine. I was in Ukraine, because it's very low. And corruption is evil within this environment. It's everywhere, not just in the top of the market of trafficking, of course. I would invite you to read a great contribution by Professor Tanya White on the topic. For more information, just I want to share a publication. I've been working with the United Nations for government operation within the last years, and also with WWF, and for your attention.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So now we have some minutes to discuss about the presentation of today with our panelists and with our keynote speaker. So I will ask Isidoro, also Saba, to come back to the table to do the debate. I will give you my microphone because I think that maybe.
I have a question for the keynote speaker.
Okay. If anyone have a question for the keynote speaker or for the panelists, okay.
So thank you all for your wonderful presentations, and congratulations. We all seem a little bit tired today. I cannot imagine why. Well, I have a question for Saba. I wanted to know if you have any clue on how could this threshold of widespread long-term and severe damage could be met in relation to animals. I mean, should we use the same criteria for every concept as they are defined nowadays? Like, for instance, if I'm correct, within the additional protocol number 1, long-term stands for a decade-long period of time, which is quite problematic. And so, thank you.
Should we collect questions or answer one by one?
Yeah, one by one.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, it's not only my idea, but I think a lot of commentators indicate that, like, under conventional warfare, it is completely impossible to meet this threshold. So I don't know if at some point the nuclear weapon will be used, or there will be some new, I don't know, destructive weapons invented and to be used. Maybe in that case it can be met. This is not specifically related to animals, but generally. With regard to animals, first of all, we have to bear in mind that this standard, this 3-part test, is applied only to the wildlife animals. So, for example, I mean, I mentioned in Ukraine, like, farms were bombed and there like thousands of animals were killed, but of course this is not counted as a damage to natural environment. So even if the multitude of the numbers of the animals killed outside of the wildlife areas, I mean, outside of the wildlife fauna, let's say, are like high, still it will not be even kind of tested under this three-part criteria. As for the long term, I believe the interpretation you referred is from the INMOD Convention, which is the environmental modification prohibiting the use of weapons which cause environmental modification techniques. But the one which is in the AP1, it's a bit less, so it says like a few months or this season. But still, this is not like outstanding one criterion, right? So it should be like a widespread, long-term, and severe. So those are like cumulative criteria, which is really hard to achieve. And even like some of the scholars even indicate that the interpretation even of these criteria are a bit kind of ambiguous. So we don't know actually, because in the text, we don't have the meaning of the long term, right? We have it in the commentary, but this does not mean that, maybe some court can interpret in a different way. So under conventional warfare, it is, the chances are nearly as zero to again, it's not only my understanding, but also a lot of commentators indicate this threshold to be met. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay.
Thank you. My question is for Krishni online. So you mentioned in your presentation. You mentioned in your presentation towards the end that one of the barriers to having an ESA Act in Mauritius is also low capacity of local governments, and I was wondering and authorities, and I was wondering whether, as part of your project, you're exploring or thinking about ways that this could be addressed or helped, just out of curiosity.
Yes. Thank you very much for the question. Actually, as part of my research, I have been interviewing and talking to a few policymakers and a few environmentalists in Mauritius regarding that issue of building capacity, because in terms of my research, I've also been trying to do a comparative analysis of existing ESA legal frameworks and legislations across the world, and especially being replicated in countries that have similar legal systems as like a similar legal system as Mauritius. So of course, I'm exploring ways that this can be addressed, and I think one of the ways that has been proposed by the people that I've interviewed, especially those few experts in Mauritius that actually work in the area, they have proposed that there should be, for example, whenever there are funding opportunities for capacity building, for in terms of environmental law, climate change law, etc., there should be components of these kind of capacity building workshops, capacity building trainings, where we can bring experts from other jurisdictions, and also experts maybe from UN bodies, regional organizations working on environmental law, so that there can be this exchange of know-how, and then there also can be training of people, especially people working in the government in Mauritius, because these people would be the one drafting the legislation. So I think that would be a good way of addressing this.
So Isidoro, you can ask your question.
Yeah, I have a question for you. I would like to start from a case study, because I came from South Tyrol, where we are based there, and we have many problems with the wolves right now. After many projects, live projects to protect them, and last summer the farmers printed many posters around Bolzano, it's quite a big city, about the fairy tale of Little Red Riding Hood, why she was eaten by the wolf, and it worked, because no one now believes that the wolf should be protected. This narrative is powerful, and what is the solution, because now we are really in trouble to work on this direction, because the power of the media, I don't mention the social network because we all know how powerful they are, but this narrative is strong against us. What can we do? We cannot stop to tell these fairy tales to children, I guess. And a comment, I see three levels of your narrative. From one side, we create monster, zombie, Frankenstein. From another side, we transform monster. Those are usually not our wolves, but somehow nature is a monster. I lived 6 months in Melbourne, and my idea of spiders were completely different. I'm serious. Now, one spider in my home cannot survive 1 second. Believe me, I'm serious, because there were dangers. So you feel the danger when you see a spider in Australia.
So I have sort of two responses. I mean, one, obviously, if you have a personal encounter with something that does endanger you, that's probably not the moment to necessarily reflect on where you feel you are in relationship to it. I think there's a natural reaction to want to defend oneself or to want to squash the spider. So I think those are sort of harder things to argue against. But the sort of normative development of what we think of as a species that is invasive or alien or should be eschewed is something that we can work towards. And so I love your example of Little Red Riding Hood, because there are multiple versions of the story. A number of years ago, and this is a sort of shameless self-promotion, I wrote an article about the Three Little Pigs, that story, and there's so many different versions of that. In one of the versions, the wolf repents and asks for forgiveness. So do we stop telling Little Red Riding Hood? No, but I think we can tell Little Red Riding Hood in a different way. And if we look at the attempts over time to transform that story, I think we see that we have the power to do that. I think there's sometimes a perception, and I think this came up actually with respect to your question to Monica yesterday. There's sometimes a perception that culture is something that is done to us, that it is imposed upon us. And sometimes it is imposed upon us as part of an ideological project. But there are many instances in which we fail to recognize that we create our cultures, much the way we create our monsters, much the way we create our traditions. And we have power and capacity to change those. What becomes important is recognizing how ingrained in a particular culture a particular pattern of behavior might be. And if I could just have one more aside, I was thinking a little bit about the situation of glass eels, and in any other circumstances in which a population of people says, well, this is part of our culture, we're never going to give it up. Well, if the species ceases to exist, you're going to have to give it up. So there is a threshold there. And so I think narrative and representation becomes very, very important in terms of recognizing our role in cultural building as much as it is as cultural resistance or cultural perpetuation.
Yeah, I have a question for Abby, our keynote speaker, because it was great. I really loved all the concepts that you put on the table, such as ecophobia. That's definitely one I'm going to use. And you talked about that monsters are the anxiety of our time, this reflection of it. So then I started thinking, do you have an idea of what the monsters of the future may look like? Because of course, climate change is going to get worse, biodiversity loss, that's very rapid. So now with zombies, what's next? That's my question. And then I was also wondering whether eco-horror and this othering that you described, which I think is a very good warning, which we should all be aware of, and I wasn't until now. I was wondering whether there's also a positive eco-horror story. I was thinking of the movie Don't Look Up, which really sparked this conversation about climate change, but then it did induce that eco-horror. So in a sense, how do you go about that without really othering this awareness? Because that's a risk you then, of course, engage with. And I also have a quick question for Isadora. Sorry, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Or Is it okay? Yeah, sorry. Because I was wondering, you mentioned corruption as one of the big issues here, and you also mentioned that 1,000 rangers are killed in Africa protecting wildlife. And I was wondering maybe if you could reflect on essentially also a responsibility that we have here in the West. We have a hollowed out ecosystems. Our wolves are really limited, these packs, compared to 20,000 lions in particular countries in Africa that they live next to wildlife, and we don't tolerate, or we don't seem to tolerate it. So I was wondering if you can reflect on, do we have this moral responsibility not just to help in Africa, but also to not shoot down the wolves? Because I can only imagine, and this is what sparked my question, if we all of a sudden, if an African country says we're going to cull all the lions except 2 packs, that would spark international outrage. But if that's what we're doing in Europe, we're calling all the wolves except 2 packs. So I was wondering, do you see between the global north and the global south, what's the relationship? How do we engage in a fair, just way so that we can solve these problems? Because this is a really big matter to tackle.
Why don't you go first, and then
okay. So, yeah. I wanted to prepare my answer, but you can. No. Yeah, we have a big responsibility. Just think about that. The 80% of lion have been killed for trophies, and 80% of the hunters came from Europe and from United States. So we are strongly linked each other in that way, and corruption is strongly eradicated also in the EU. I always mention Serbia because I spent a lot of time there where corruption, and it's amazing to study and to live, but also within customers, there is strong level corruption everywhere. Just think about that. The biggest center of trafficking is the Frankfurt airport, where also there have been found many policies corrupted by big profiles, because it's a market that brings a lot of money. You cannot imagine a python today can be paid 10,000 to 12,000 euros. It's a lot of money. Rhino horse, of course, it's strongly demanded in the Vietnamese and also Cambodian market, and the Rhino horse have been caught not by Vietnamese but by European, making money and selling the dust to Vietnamese just for medicine and aphrodisiac medicine. It's a crazy world. It's beautiful to study, but it's impressive. So we have a big responsibility, especially when we float on the webs. You can find everything there, and it's unbelievable how everything is completely clear and visible to everyone. You can see people selling tiger skin or pangolins on the web with no control, because it's very difficult to manage everything, despite the big work has been carried out by traffic, by CITES, by Interpol, but we have a big responsibility.
Well, thank you for the 2 questions. Let me see if I can try to be concise in my response. So if I knew the answer to what our future monsters might be, then I'd probably be very successful in Hollywood right now. So that's really, that's the question. I think what we're seeing, or I think what we've seen, is over years, our monsters have gotten smaller in some respects. So you have Godzilla, you have King Kong, then they become sort of zombies. And then, we have this sort of emergence of pathogens. So you see this in The Happening. I think you saw that in, what was the movie with Jude Law that basically predicted this? I forget, it starts with an I. So I think we're seeing sort of more movement in that regard, and we may still continue to do that. So I think years after the COVID pandemic, we'll probably see more along those lines. But at the same time, we're also seeing, as things are getting smaller, I think we're also seeing things broaden too. So now weather and climate change become sort of the monsters. We see Armageddon with like a huge, meteor. It's hard to track this because, if I looked at the timeline of some of these films, it doesn't necessarily say that each year they're getting smaller, each year they're getting bigger. But I think that they're becoming, in some respect, a little bit more amorphous, harder to identify. In fact, even in The Happening, the film actually didn't do very well on a market perspective because it was hard to have a trailer in which the plants are the ones that are considered evil there. And they're not really evil, they're just sort of sending out this pathogen. So I think it's harder to depict that. So in this, I don't really know, but I think that we may see both things kind of contracting and then also expanding. I guess if I had to offer one possibility, it might be that we would see more instances of the monster within. Now, I may be saying that simply because I saw one of the Venom movies on the plane over here, but that seemed to sort of reflect this idea of something that comes inside you and is alien and foreign. And that actually is interesting because it brings us back to someone like Lombroso. So that'd be the first answer. In terms of positive examples, Don't Look Up, I think, is good. There were some really interesting studies done after The Day After Tomorrow came out as to whether or not that had any impact or positive impact on climate change, or at least people's attitudes towards climate change. And what they found is that there was a spike initially, and then people sort of leveled off. So I think that there is a lot of power in being able to convey certain moral messages through film. The question is just how much do producers want that to be obvious, and then how much are people going to want to watch something that functions metaphorically. There is a very interesting group of people called the Anti-Fascist Climate Network, and they've looked very closely at the depictions of Thanos in Marvel, and how he perpetuates certain eco-fascism. So I think there are ways to critique that and expose what those myths really are. It's the best I can do.
So I had two questions for you, Avi, as well, which are quite related to the questions Niels has asked. Firstly, a thought on that. I wonder if the kind of zombified monsters in The Last of Us are a good depiction of that monster within, looking forward, because they're organic, but then also it's smaller and also within, because it's kind of a zombification. But that's beside the point.
I would say yes to that.
Yeah. Firstly, I think your presentation is so important for lawyers to hear, because I think for a community that works on words, is obsessed with words, how they function and how they impact the worlds around us, we do comparatively little work on narrative, which is peculiar. And I think we need to do more, because I think your conclusion is absolutely right, that these monstrous depictions of nature are impacting speciesism. So I'm curious about the roads forward that you see. So you're saying we need to pay more attention to these narratives and potentially do something about that. I was wondering, one, I mean, the environmental movement has been around for so long. I wonder, do you also see signs of alternative narratives that exist alongside these eco-horror narratives that are also having an impact in the opposite direction? I guess related but separate question to the question about Don't Look Up. So I'm not so much talking about fear, but more positive depictions. And second, I was thinking during your presentation a lot about horror as a genre and how this kind of act of othering has been talked about in research on horror and queer identities. And within that movement, there's kind of been an effort to almost lean into that othering or abnormalization, say, well, fine, if we're going to be abnormal, then let's lean into that and make something of it. And I was curious whether you see something similar with eco-horror. So I think what I'm gathering is you're suggesting we need to move away from these monstrous depictions. Do you also see, or is anyone talking about any value in them that could be used in a similar sense? Yeah, those are my questions.
Well, thank you for those. I may try to do it in reverse order. So there's a whole literature, you may know it even better than I do, about sort of queer theory as it relates to horror. In fact, one of the sources that I rely on very heavily sort of went through this analysis of monsters in certain metaphorical ways, and then just sort of mapped that onto queer theory. So I think there's really a lot there to unpack, and goes well beyond my area of expertise. But one thing that I think is really interesting is if we think of depictions of monsters as other, then there's this desire to sometimes correct for those things, and that gets us into eugenics, right? But it also gets us into, thinking, how do we, at least in the United States, do we allow for, gender-affirming healthcare in certain regards? And I think at some point in time, if you try to come up with a notion of the perfect human, the white straight male or something like that, as it's often presented in the United States, you create something that's monstrous. I mean, nature is abnormal. Most of the way we've seen evolution work is through abnormality, not through any notion of normality. So I think that we have to be kind of engaged in sort of that recognition as well. And that's why I think queer theory can come in and be helpful. Lawyers and narratives. So it's interesting that you say that. I would totally agree that lawyers should be more sensitive to narrative. In the States, common law system where you have, which is an adversarial system, you're constructing a narrative. You're building your one side of the argument says, my client did this, or my client didn't do this. My client is really this kind of person. And so it creates a story. The other side will say the other thing. The state will say, no, your client is a monster. And then the jury or the judge will decide the facts, will decide what story works. So I think that it should be incumbent on law students to learn how they are creating the narratives that best reflect what it is that they're trying to do. And in the case of the environment, that's certainly important. I think this came up last night during our discussion at the Red Lab, was that what it was called? Where we were talking about how we measure wildlife in terms of trafficking, and how it's kilos if it's glass eels, but it's number of tiger bones or number of tusks. And then we said, well, what if we did that in terms of people? 4,000 kilos of people were trafficked across the population. That language changes a bit as we think about these things in terms of commodities. So I think that's wrapped into issues of narrative. And then the final aspect was positive depictions. So this is where I think the environmental movement has actually not done a particularly good job. Environmental movement has been great at saying, we're against this, we want to stop this, we don't want more of this, we want less of this. But it doesn't often offer a positive vision. It's often framed in the negative. And this is where I would tell us to turn back to narrative. There's lots of dystopian literature out there. We know that. That sells. What doesn't is the utopian literature. But there's also lots of that good stuff. It's not necessarily Western. And in fact, it comes from lots of other parts of the world that have very different interactions with the natural world. So I would say we should try to build on that, try to learn from those narratives, those traditions, which conceive of the world and actually have had instances of much better relationships.
Okay. One more question, I think. Yeah.
I have two questions. The first is for Saba. The General Assembly adopted in past December a resolution on principles on the environment during the armed conflicts. And it was kind of disappointing because it was said very clearly that there was no normative intensity in this resolution because it was the price of adopting it by consensus. But for me, it was interesting just to check on these principles, and considering your presentation, I had the impression that animals are property and property is going to be protected, just related with the value for civil populations targeted by attacks. And on the other hand, there were some favorable changes related with the banning of reprisals against the environment, the establishment of areas of protection. So what is your opinion on this resolution of the General Assembly? And I have a comment for Avi, because my students of environmental science this year, at the beginning of the course, they came with this problem that for them was quite real. It was the problem of eco-anxiety. For them, the monsters are real. So we were dealing with their eco-anxiety, trying to find good examples, success stories in international environmental law. But at the end of the day, I was just using Marvel heroes just to try to convince them that they could change things. So I have always been a very big fan of Spider-Man. With big power comes big responsibilities. But at the end of the day, with my students, I am a bigger fan of Kick-Ass. So even though you don't have any power, you feel powerless, you have a responsibility to protect and to care. So I don't know what is your opinion about Marvel heroes, but for my students, monsters are real and they suffer eco-anxiety. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question. I believe you are referring to the International Law Commission's document, which is the principles which we adopted the last year, which is a very important milestone. But as you rightfully mentioned, those principles are soft law instruments, so they are not binding. And I think they were not meant to be binding, at least initially, because we know some other documents adopted under International Law Commissions, under the auspices of the International Law Commission, which later became part of law by means of customary international law. So I don't know, who knows, maybe this document also at some point achieved the status of customary international law, but definitely not for now, because this document actually introduced some new concepts which were transferred from the international environmental law, which we don't have in the international humanitarian law, such as, for example, the duty of precautionary measures, the duty to prevent a transboundary environmental harm, or even the very famous Martin's Clause, which is kind of one of the core principles of international humanitarian law, referring to the protection of persons, was transformed as to kind of having also environment under its under interpretation, which is like a very broad interpretation of the Martin's Clause. So obviously states would not be willing to accept this document as something binding, but it is still important. I believe at some point it can become a part of customary international law, but like not overnight. So it's definitely takes some time and the state practice, and also the will of the states to adopt to accept this as something which is law. But animals are not there as well. I was very disappointed when I read this document. Again, even like the definition of the environment, which they kind of leave it open, the International Law Commission does not explicitly refer to any animal, non-human animals there, which leaves us the room for interpretation that only wildlife animals can be considered as a part of the environment under their interpretation. But you also mentioned that the rules regarding the protection of property seem to be the most feasible, let's say, avenue to guarantee some kind of protection for animals. I personally don't like, at least like try to refrain from qualifying animals as property or objects. However, we have a concept of, for example, living property developed by one of the, also another prominent scholar of animal law, David Ferro, which suggests that it can be kind of considered as a property, but something a different category of property, like living property. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the under IHL, maybe the property clauses, the clauses which provide the protection for the property are the most feasible ones. But again, this is again linked to the humans and to the survival of humans. So if the animals, I don't know, like let's say take a stray animals, they are not the property of humans, or they are not public property at all. if they are killed or they're affected by armed conflict, they will not find any protection under IHL. So in my research, I also suggest some recommendations how IHL can be expanded to explicitly cover the protection of animals, because these currently existing rules which can be potentially applicable to animal protection are not sufficient, and they are very anthropocentric. So they are linking the protection of animals strictly to the survival of the human populations and not the protection of animals themselves. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
I know we're trying to wrap up, so I'll try to answer this briefly, Teresa. So I confess I suffer from climate change anxiety. It's the way I refer to it. I spend somewhere between all the time and most of the time thinking about it, whether I'm awake or not, I don't always know, but it's something that does literally keeps me up at night. So I do try to embrace it though, rather than push it out of my head. Now, whether or not there's any power in that, or whether or not that's not particularly healthy, I'll leave to others to determine. But I think I think the fact that we now have this category, this name of environmental anxiety or eco-anxiety or climate change anxiety can be helpful, especially if we identify others who have similar sentiments and similar feelings, which I guess leads me to the suggestion about power of Marvel. I think the danger with Marvel films, and there's a lot more that can be said about that, is that when it comes to environmental issues, there isn't going to be a hero that's going to come and save the world. And so if we're looking for that kind of savior, that kind of salvation, often framed in technological terms, we're screwed. But if we think about instances in which we create our own heroes, much like we create our own monsters, but if we create our own heroes, that seems to me to be a little bit more empowering. And so, if you have students who say, well, I'm going to watch Marvel anyway, I'd say have them watch the Avengers movies rather than the Spider-Man one, because the Avengers, they're at least working as a team. And that's the kind of, I think, work that we need to have. So there's no one going to fly through the sky, but maybe there are a bunch of people who can stand together. So.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Isidoro, Abby, Florencia, Krishni, and Saba for your interventions and also for the discussion. Thank you, the public, for, which is what is here and in virtually. Thank you very much. And now we have a coffee break just outside this room, and then we will have a workshop of a live project, and then we will have the official closure of the TIEC. Thank you very much. It was really quickly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Online session, but we only have one online participant, so maybe we'll cancel that. So Anne-Sophie, that's the audio voice I just sent you. So I'm sorry for that. We will see us next week in Berlin. Actually, I'll invite you to a couple of beers instead, because I owe you that for sure. And without further ado, look, we can give it a start. Anne-Sophie knows this quite well, so I hope. Okay, I'd like to. We have 1.5 hours more or less. I'll try to shorten it up a little bit, or we'll try to shorten it up a little bit. First, I'll give a little bit of an introduction on the European project, EMPLC, and then we'll dig into land stewardship, contracts, and as well lease contracts with my colleagues, my colleague Annabelle and Joan Bonds from Insta, who has helped us with conceptual analysis in this regard. But before that, I'd like to connect with some of the dots that we have heard before, like, for example, ecological justice or ecological transition. We'll go to the local reality here in Catalonia of that, and what our NGO is doing in that regards. We have heard environmental conflicts. That's what lots of our members actually are dealing with day to day, and we as well as an organization try to make political advocacy for that. We have had a talk on ESAs. You'll now dig into another concept, which is stewardship. So lots of different concepts to protect nature. And we have had talks on criminal and regulatory law. And now that will be somehow complemented with a civil law perspective. And without further ado, I now really start. Okay, a little bit more about the project, which I'm involved in. It's a live project, started in 2020. We'll finish already next year. The main objective of it is basically that nature conservation NGOs and landowners come together in order to, well, get better along, to say somehow, no? In order to protect nature and, of course, adapt ourselves to climate change. For that, one of the biggest achievements in that sense is that this conservation of landowner coalitions, you can see there, has been established at the beginning of the project, which is basically that the two networks, ELCN for the NGO side and ELO for the landowner side, came together. And based on that, we want to gain knowledge on how to implement private land conservation across Europe. Okay, within the project, we are 18 partners, which is quite a lot for a European project. And Carolina, who's the coordinator of it, is suffering it in that sense. And we are 11 member states, and there's an equal representation of landowners and NGOs within that, with that consortium. These are some of the colleagues that are working in the project, and a visit back here to Montserrat. If you haven't been there and you're spending a few days more here, in case you're from outside, I highly recommend going there. Actually, one of our members is implementing the nature conservation projects like fire prevention. Now a little bit more to us, the ICN, which is one of the 18 partners in that. We basically are second level NGO association, meaning that we have organizations as members from different sectors. And we work basically interface between local and regional actors, but as well international, as example this project shows. It was created in 2003 as ICT, Land Stewardship Association, and declared as public utility in 2006. And then we merged with the Volunteering Association in Catalonia in 2019. And since then, we have now already, in Catalonia, we are 6 million people. And within that, we have 160 member organizations, not individuals, organizations, which is quite a large number. And what is our goal? Basically, to protect nature and achieve an ecological just ecological transition. And we try to promote that through two tools, speaking very roughly. Land stewardship, and on the other side, environmental volunteering. Of course, there are a lot of other things. I'll only scratch a little bit on the few things that we are doing. If you want to know more about us, you simply have to go to icn.cat, and there's all the information you need. Stewardship is quite a big thing in Catalonia. Later on, Joan and Annabelle will talk more about it. So now I'll only give the numbers of it. So 74 of these member organizations we have develop over 800 initiatives of land stewardship in Catalonia. That's quite a lot. That's more than 40,000 hectares. And of that, 10% more or less is agricultural, 60% is forested areas, and the rest is mainly river sites, or then you have as well some marine sites. And the map basically depicts the red places. You can most likely you can't really see where it is, but it shows somehow that 70% of the area is within Natura 2000 site or protected areas. So we contribute to those objectives, not ourselves, but our member organizations. I talked to you already before about volunteering. That's one of the big parts of ICN. We try to improve the quality of citizen participation within our member associations. We have a big, well, actually now it's the Nature's Week, to say somehow, and within that we promote more than 500 volunteering activities across Catalonia, from not only our member organizations, but all civil society and as well private or public organizations that want to join to this movement. And we have all year round, of course, as well a web page where all these activities are constantly updated of what's happening that week. Besides of that, we try to advise citizenship, companies and public administration, and provide guidelines, resources, trainings for volunteering organizations, NGOs that have volunteering within their objectives. Another step, the third big part of ICN, is that we try to channel not only through this web portal, but as well private or philanthropic funding to diverge that to the NGOs. So they are doing conservation or restoration actions, and we try to source money so that they can better implement their actions. We don't only do that this way, but as well we create consortiums and so on in order to move forward with conservation projects. We do lots of more things, but I want to talk a little bit more about the European project. So I only presented ourselves until now and gave you a very rough definition of the project. But here you see basically that the project is very much aligned with what we are doing ourselves. So the project tries to improve civic engagement across Europe for nature conservation on private land, raise awareness on that, and then implement tools. That's what we will talk about in a few minutes. And as well, somehow try to understand better how funding sources can be gained for these private conservation actions. And finally, knowledge generation around all that, for conservation and climate change adaptation. And conservation tools, basically, Joan has helped us out a lot with a conceptual analysis, which has analyzed 6 tools which are used across Europe in order to promote private land conservation. in order somehow to find a common language across that, because you have the same concept in different countries, but each of us understands something slightly different. And the idea was somehow to get a general overview of that. And without further ado, I hand over to Joan, who will go a little bit deeper into that.
Okay, thank you, Matthias. Hello to everybody. I am Joan. I am an environmental law consultant. So I am very pleased to be here to explain what we did with this project with the ICN. First of all, we did this conceptual analysis based on different experiences around Europe according to the EU policies and knowing each of all the conservation agreements existing in the EU countries. So for this report, there was two aims: to first of all to identify these shared traits and cluster conservation agreements, and the second one was to create some definitions of conservation agreements that are applicable to all EU countries. So the main objective of this report were to identify similarities and differences between this kind of conservation agreements, to define some new common definitions for all of these agreements, to focus on the typical aspects of the instruments and aim to work as far as possible towards kind of harmonization in the EU level, and try to find a common language. So in this website, you can find different fact sheets of each conservation instrument, like land stewardship, conservation easements, conservation leases, privately protected areas, result-based payment schemes, and temporary nature. So today I will talk about two of these instruments. First of all, land stewardship. Land stewardship is probably one of the most common instruments, in fact, here in Catalonia. So we can define land stewardship like strategies and instruments through which land owners and land users engage with each other to conserve nature in this property, in the property of the landowner. So it usually comes like a voluntary, contractual, or informal agreement between the landowner and public or private association. In this case, landowners and land stewardship entities or organization can be like public institutions or private, and their actions not only take place on land but also in fluvial and marine ecosystems. So next one, which are the key facts, the key characteristics of land stewardships? As I said, the contracting parties are the landowner and the public or private non-profit or organization or another kind of conservation association. As I said, it is a voluntary instrument on both sides, from verbal agreements up to written contracts, as later on Annabelle will explain to you. For example, in Catalonia we have a specific civil law for this kind of agreements. The destination of these agreements, the main objective of these agreements is conservation purpose, of course, And one of the important things is the land rights always stays with the owners. We are not transferring the land rights, okay? And the duration is temporal and variable from, I don't know, from 2 years, 5 years to 50, okay? And the duration, so it is negotiated between the parties. One of the examples that we provide in this report is this case study on land stewardship in Italy. In this case, the aim was to restore and enhance segments of the riparian strips along a ditch network and part of the windbreaker systems of the Pontine Plain to improve the biodiversity of the area. So in this case, there was 4 land stewardship contracts with four private farms and the province of Latina. So it is a public entity, okay? And in this case, each farm accepts to manage according these shared rules, the green infrastructure and ecological corridor financed by this life project. Here you can find some pictures in the next 2 slides, some pictures of these projects. Okay, and the second instrument that I want to explain to you this day is the conservation leases. It is also defined like a voluntary tool, usually used by nature conservation organization and private land owners too, to ensure, in this case, that land use of a property is compatible with nature conservation objective. So this lease may include all the property or only a part for a particular use, such as farming or forestry. In this case, the leaseholder gains the use rights, and in consequence, the lease is a form of management transfer agreement. Okay, this is a big difference, like in the other instrument. In many cases, it involves economic transitions, and it's rule and implemented by public or private or organizations. So, which are the key aspects of these conservation leases? The land lease is regulated in this case by civil law, is voluntary too. The land rights stays with the owners, but the management of it is transferred to the leaseholder in this case. The duration is also variable and it could be negotiated between the parties, and compensation is provided through rent payments. And one of the examples that we study in this report is one example in Germany with a project implemented by NEBU, the National Natural Heritage Foundation. In this case, these NGOs provide recommendations to private landowners on integrating conservation aspects in lease contracts with farmers for the implementation of nature-friendly management of meadows, pastures, and arable fields. And in this case, it was very interesting because a team of consultants helps landowners to choose the best conservation measures suitable for each case, for each land. So, Annabelle.
Thank you very much, Joan. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Annabelle Cepas, and I'm an environmental legal advisor at ICN. And during the next minutes, we are going to make a brief review of the framework of the land stewardship contracts in Spain and especially in Catalonia. Okay. It is in 2007, that it is approved the main legal body of the land stewardship in Spain, and it is with the law of natural heritage and biodiversity. This law established the basic legal framework to the conservation of the natural heritage and biodiversity in Spain. It includes for the first time the concept of land stewardship for the first time, but although it is a minimal regulation, it is very significant because it is the first time that we construct a legal concept that reflects all the previous social activities that have been developed in the society, and this activity is the first time that is incorporated to the legal body in Spain is with the law. In that law, we find two very important definitions that on the one hand is the land stewardship, that is defined as a set of strategies or legal techniques through which landowners and land users are involved into the conservation and use of natural and valued resources. We can see that it is an excessively wide definition that leaves open many important formal questions. But this definition is complemented with the definition of land stewardship entity. And it is very important, this definition, because land stewardship entity is one of the mandatory parts of the agreement. And the key points of that entity must be that this entity, as Joan has said before, can be private or public, and but it's very important to be a non-profit organization, and its objective must be concluding land stewardship agreements. So, and another important point of that law is that there is a clearly promotion of land stewardship by public administration, because it makes a call to public administration to promote this land stewardship. So, in consequence, with that article in the law, we have, it provides a legal justification of any intervention and activity of public administration in relation with land stewardship. And what it means also is that it extends the land stewardship framework to a large part of the regulation of public administration. For example, the law of legal regime of the public sector, or the heritage of the public administration, etc. This is the most important point of the legal body in Spain. But starting from that, starting from this basic regulation, some autonomous community in Catalonia have developed this regulation, and we can find that Catalonia nowadays have one of the most advanced regulations in land stewardship in all Spain. And furthermore, the government of Catalonia have developed specific programs and financial support to land stewardship. So we can say that the first approach to land stewardship was included in property law, because it was with approval on 2006 of the 5th book of the Civil Code of Catalonia related to real rights that in the section of rights of partial use, it was included the real right with conservation purpose. And it was defined as a right established in favor of a person over another's property for conservation purpose. And it's important to underline that this is the closest figure that we have in Spain to the American conservation easements. In that point, I want to highlight that when we think in conservation nature, we normally used to think in tools from public law, criminal law, but here it is a case of how property law can be an important entry point to conservation. And the second legal body that regulates in Catalonia the land stewardship contracts is the 6th book of the Civil Code of Catalonia relating to obligation and contracts. And here we find a new contractual figure that is the land stewardship contract. And I will do a very few summaries of the main features of that legal figure. That is, first of all, the lack of regulation of the content of the contract, and what it means in practical terms that here it operates the principle of freedom of agreements, so typical from the civil contract law for contracts. And the second feature is the double nature of the right, because it is a personal right that runs with the landowner, but this personal right we can convert into a real right if we register this contract in the public register. So it will run with the property, and it gives a more legal security with this kind of contract. And at the end, as we are under a system of Roman law, the perpetuity is not allowed. So we have temporal duration with that contract with a maximum term of 99 years. And finally, I want to point out two more references, very important reference to the land stewardship in the regulation. In one side, it is in the law of the Nature Agency of Catalonia, because this is a new public agency that will bring together the protection, the planning, the study, and the management of the natural heritage in Catalonia. It is scheduled to be operational on January 2025. And this law, in this law, it is regulated that one of the functions of the Nature Agency will be the promotion of land stewardship, and it enables to this agency to advise and conclude conservation agreements. And so the last tool that I want to remark is one example of this support from the government of Catalonia to promote the land stewardship. And it is the imminent approval of a decree for the creation of a register of properties with initiatives for the conservation of natural heritage and biodiversity. This will be a public register to private properties where private landowners can register their properties if they are carrying out in them conservation initiatives through land stewardship agreements or a management plan. So it is a very important step because it opens the door to the future establishment of a system of subsidies, grants, or tax benefits, and it will encourage, we hope, that more landowners will carry on with these so necessary conservation activities in their properties. So, before bringing this presentation to an end, I want to mention that on the website of the ICN, you can find some learning resources as this training that we did last month about how to prepare land stewardship contract and public land stewardship contracts. If you are interested on, it could be very useful. And in this section, you can find too some contract templates that we have prepared from the ICN to provide example and to give a template to make a good contract, a stewardship contract, and with some explanations to people who want to make a land stewardship contract and have never done it before. So before concluding, I want to say that at XCN, we are at your disposal if you have any question or you need any advice about about any question about land stewardship. And now I give place again to Matthias because he's going to prepare a case study.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, mentioning as well that some of this information will be as well available in English on the website of the European project. And sorry for so much advertisement. Okay, since I have the power of the mic, if there are some very quick questions to the presentations, because otherwise we'll start moving tables and go to a different kind of topic. So if there's any, like a very quick question. Okay, are there more? Just to know how many there are. If it's only one, then we are good. Okay, and let's go with that quick question, and then we move tables.
Annabelle, I appreciated very much when you made your presentation and you made a comparison with the American system. In the case of the American system, there is this possibility of swifting. For example, if you are going to build up a mall in a place that should be preserved as a wetland, you can change this land by creating a stewardship project. And so it was interesting just to see that it might go in this direction. And the other thing is we have been considering the new proposal on the law of the European Union on restoration. And it recovers part of the greening of the agricultural policy, establishing the obligation for farmers to dedicate at least 4% of their lands to ecological projects. And again, my question, because you made very attractive the idea of creating this land stewardship to get subsidies and helps and everything. Will it be possible to apply your project to other places in Spain in order to comply with the restoration law regulation that I hope it is going to be adopted by the European Union? Thank you.
Matthias, he will answer your first question better than me.
So yeah, for the European restoration law, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, of course, it will be able to contribute to those objectives. Actually, not only the tool of land stewardship, but all of the tools that we presented here, all these tools basically would contribute to those objectives. Actually, it's more than clear, and even the European Union mentioned it to us, and the monitors of the project, that private land conservation will be necessary, because for 2030 they have made this fancy word of protecting 30% of land by 2030. Why 30%? No, it's nice, but why 30? Seems more like a slogan. But these tools will be necessary for that. And of course, the longer you can protect nature, the better. But of course, landowners sometimes may as well be reluctant to have long-term conservation actions on their land, because it could decrease their land value. And I don't know, when you want to do something else in the future or sell it, what happens then to that land? No, that's like one of the tricky points. But these tools can, it's basically like a toolbox, no? And you have to look what is sweet spot for each region. Here in Spain, stewardship is quite common, no? But in Germany, it's conservation leases which works out best. And in the US, because of how, no, it's a whole different world, it's easements that's working out best since long time ago. And the other tools, I'd say, well, priority protected areas, Italy has a whole bunch. WWF in Italy has lots of protected areas. And result-based payment schemes is something which is still on the move. Temporary nature is basically only in the Netherlands and Belgium, I think. So very concrete. And I don't think I left out anyone. So that's a bit the reality. But the idea is that to helping creating this framework will help to move toward that. But it's, yeah, slowly.
Thank you very much.
welcome. Okay, then if there are no further questions, we'd move to the part where you would have to work a little bit. Basically, I'll give you a quick introduction on what it will be about before we start moving things, okay? I need a little bit of your brain. So it's like a very, very rough adaptation of how a negotiation and a stewardship contract more or less looks like for half an hour game, more or less, okay? So basically what we want you to do is to come up with one land stewardship agreement based on one case study, which is the one that you have in front of you, this paper. So you'll basically have to answer 6 questions, okay? These questions are on the 3rd page. There are like some boxes in it, okay? This will be the questions you will have to answer. Okay, okay, and before we, okay, now you have that. You know that you have to answer these questions. And the idea is that you have 6 characters, so 6 different personas to say somehow, which are the ones on the 2nd and the 3rd page. So you have the Bonaire farm, you have the cooperative crunchy bread, so on and so forth, okay? Each one has some objectives and a little bit of a description. Don't read it now, listen to me first, please. I need that when you sit together in groups of 6, one of you is the representative that comes then, like make a little roundup at the end if we have time, and you basically tell me then what is the agreement you came up with. That's the representative. And basically that's it. At the beginning of the 1st page, you have like a little bit of a story. And my idea was to read it out, but we have already had a lot of, we are way over time, but I'll go quickly through it. So simply that you situate yourself and then we move the tables, okay? Okay, so basically you have to situate yourself in such a way that you consider that you have heard or read in the news or on Twitter or Instagram, whatever you prefer, that the Monstrous harrier populations is decreasing here in Catalonia. The main reason for it is its habitat loss. We are actually in the village of Bonaire. It's a place with a quite big population of the Monstrous harrier. Actually, it's the 2nd biggest around the world and the biggest in Spain. That's why researchers and as well ornithologists like to visit Bonaire quite a lot. That's as well why the inhabitants of Bonaire have decided to create an environmental NGO, DNA we have called it. Basically tries to protect the flora, the fauna, so on and so forth. No, it does campaigns, and it collaborates with the Universitat de Barcelona or the Universitat of Tarragona in order to protect the Monstrous harrier. I should have been smarter and put Universitat de Tarragona here. Okay, and actually the research, but you don't have ecology group, right? No, okay, then it's fine because the research group has found nesting sites of that bird, and that's important within the farm, okay? The farm owner, Bonaire farm, we have called it, cultivates cereals. It sells those cereals on a cooperative crunchy bread. And the cereals, of course, are essential for that. And it makes like its famous product, which is actually its name, no? Crunchy bread. And the council organizes each year a fair for the crunchy bread. Next to the farmland as well, there are already the houses. You have to imagine yourself, you're in a village, you have a farmland, and next to it, you have houses. And one of those houses is a restaurant, recently opened, has a swimming pool. You have the birds there. And basically, they're quite fond of the bird because it helps to diversify their activity so that people don't come only in summer, but as well in spring and autumn, which is quite nice for them. On top of that, there's as well a restaurant. That restaurant eager as well to sustain like the traditional products of the area. And finally, we of course needed an antagonist to all these people. We have the motorcycle club, which is around there. Of course, the restaurant and hotel uses that as an activity for the guests. And I stopped reading, as you can see. But basically, they have lots of activity and they give life to this village, which is quite remote. And the last actor is an organization which tries to promote tourism in the area, because they saw that there's lots of potential for it. And they would like to maybe buy some property or move into the village, at least to make like a pilot study on integrating conservation and tourism in the area. Okay. With that, I have told you a bit the story of these characters and the bird. You can see it here on the web, the village and the NGO, and so on and so forth. And before we start moving, the last part is try to think. These are not the questions you have to answer, but the problems that your character has, the propositions you can make to help him, how you can ask or help others out, whom you would more likely to collaborate with, and the objective again, try to reach an agreement. And without further ado, these are the questions I mentioned. And without further ado, let's move in groups of 6. And then you can simply take one of the characters. And the objective is, as I said, try to answer the 6 questions based on an agreement between you. Doesn't have to be all of them. Can be 2 persons, can be 2 character, can be 3 character. And think of owners. Maybe they don't want to have long-term agreements, but rather short-term agreements, so on and so forth. Okay? And if you need help, we will be moving around